really just depends how much time Phil has.
Yeah.
Warski's right hand for $20. If you told me Warski would guest star DSP all the way back when you were in the skeptic community, I would have laughed. Keep up the Kino. And that's all the sticker chats for now. We've read all of them except for Junior Bacon Sneedburger has a question for Phil. Nobody else has actually sent in a question for Phil, which I think is kind of nuts.
That's nuts.
We have Phil.
I'm pumped. So he's actually setting it up. It's his first time doing this on Discord. So don't worry. We're going to have a few minutes of the
seething peasant in chat. Why are y'all gassing up that loser, Phil? He has terrible content, averages like 50 viewers.
No.
First of all, buddy, you're lucky you haven't been banned, okay? Don't you ever dare disparage and lie upon the King's name like that.
Spit on you.
Phil is a legend and a king of the game. Back in the day, Darkside Phil didn't need any gimmicks. He didn't need any production value. He didn't need a capture card. He didn't need a $500 mic like we have, and all these decorations to create content. All Phil needed was a webcam pointed at his TV screen.
And a dream.
That's all Phil needed.
That's it.
And for years and years, while other competitors had the capture card, Phil knew he didn't need it. Because what really mattered was the king and his content. Phil's series, The Hateful Truth, is by far one of the greatest series to have ever been created. His reviews were honest, they were powerful, they were trailblazing. Darkside Phil is a pioneer, and he embodies the spirit of Kino Dogme 2007. And many folks out there just, they won't get it. They're like, why would he have filmed this TV screen? That's stupid. No, it's base. You'll never understand it because you're a plebeian. You're a filthy prole peasant who has no sense of culture. You're a Philistine. You're a troglodyte. You've probably never seen the sun, and you should be ashamed of yourself. He is a national treasure. Okay?
By the way, if you watch, his FF13 unboxing video, he's filming this box. The fire alarm in his apartment is going off the entire time. He does a 10-minute unboxing, never unboxes it, ends the video. Best, we laughed so hard. Him making the cup of noodles, that was the greatest day of my life, watching that. He has done some of the, oh, by the way, his fucking Dead Space review, or
the
playthrough.
Best review of all time.
The playthrough.
Playthrough of all time. Hello, Jew.
In this video,
Hello,
I see that good all the time.
In this video, I'll walk you through some high-level information about what an encoder is, some use cases for using it to live stream, and some basics on how.
Those old classic videos when it was just still with the fucking like webcam, they're so good. And what ended up happening is all these demented, insane people have just been fucking with Phil endlessly, and they've like broken down Phil a little bit. And it's really sad.
Yeah.
They've got to the point where they harass him over every little thing, and Phil is no longer free to roam and explore and belt motherfuckers. It's bullshit.
Yeah, he can't. The only reason his last interview was on side scrollers is because any time there was hint of him getting on like a show or something, these people, and they attacked us literally like the whole week, right? And it's just like this seed, this constant crying. Listen, we have had the craziest motherfuckers on. Listen, motherfuckers, we're from the sector, the dirtiest, grimy place on the internet, by the way.
We're dealing with pedophiles, we're dealing with swatters, we're dealing with like the sickest of the sick.
You know, just trying to figure this whole thing out.
We're dealing with Brigada, a guy whose daughter is testing positive for cocaine. Okay? A guy who puts on the Baldo. Okay? A guy who's introduced a polycule into his home with 5 children. Darkside Phil is making money online, playing video games, like everybody else. Oh, but he's lying about where the money is going. It isn't shit, motherfuckers. It's nothing. Oh, but let me twist his words and convolute every single thing he's done over 15 years to paint him in the worst possible light. It doesn't matter, motherfuckers. It doesn't matter.
Well, there's this thing too, right? They're like going after like his morals and our morals, and it's like,
Oh,
we're the guys who like.
Oh, don't you know there are skeletons in the casinos? Everybody knows there are skeletons in our closet. And that's why we're partially sympathetic to Phil. Because we've dealt with, especially Andy.
Oh, these guys got sent on as a guest, huh?
Well, from people. Like the stuff
I
that
know about
happened
that.
to Andy around AIM. Not to say
I just I used to casually watch these guys, and then I see they're putting Phil on their podcast. I'm really sick of all the moral fagging just everywhere.
I built myself back up. But here's the thing, is you're not going to go after me and Ashton for our past, and we're going to be afraid. Listen, we've battled with Ralph, who doxed me, swatted me 6 times 2 years ago. 6 times. Police came through my door, searched my house, and went to my boxing when I was training for boxing. Apparently you're supposed to blow up this fucking gym. Every day.
Crazy shit.
Every day.
Ralph, when you were asleep at his house, took
picture of my
pictures of your passport, held onto it for 5 years, and then released it.
On cap.
Like 5 years later because he was upset with you.
You know what I mean?
It's kind of crazy, actually.
And then, you know, the tone that a lot of the detractors take, where it's like, well, fuck you pedophiles, you're all pedophiles, how can you do this? And just like mental illness, as though we're expected to know every single aspect of the film war. And it's like, why do you think we're going to side with you when you're acting this demented and this insane?
Holy crap, my audio's
horrible.
horrible.
Why don't you try and calmly explain it, why you have a problem with Phil? But instead, it's just like screeching, we're going to fuck you up, we're gonna troll you, dude. As if you've never dealt with trolling before.
We're going to war.
Seriously,
you
what
guys,
they tried to say.
Pathetic.
And it's like, get a fucking grip. We're going to have Phil on. We're going to show Phil some funny fucking videos. And it's going to be jokes. It's surreal. It's going to be Phil dumping on a bunch of people. All right, let's get Phil.
All right, guys, I'm going to move the screen. Yeah, let me just do one thing here. Let me duplicate
Bear has gifted 2 subs.
Let's go.
Let's get some subs for Phil being on.
By the way, everyone, go sub to him. He's right there. He had 1,000 more.
Yeah, how's it going, Havel? Yeah, I don't know. I've been just so annoyed with all of this everywhere. I just keep on seeing it with all of these YouTubers, commentary and reaction channels specifically. They just do this over and over again. They call out, you know, this person.
Is your audio working? You want to check it out?
And you know, I don't know. There's Mr. Beast, there's Ricada, there's Critical. Who are some of the other ones? Just constant controversy because these people are all moral degenerates. They don't actually stand for anything. Their values come from nowhere. Most of them, well, yeah, Synth fits into this category too with this whole crazy crap.
What's up, dude?
I'm happy to be here.
Hell yeah. Yo, it looks great. The setup looks amazing, dude.
Very
awesome, dude.
Very.
Resizing all this stuff. Phil, so you know what? A lot of people were trying to prevent this from happening. The amount of seething, Phil, that we dealt with, I can see why.
The Fuda man.
Like, I don't know, man.
I gotta stop playing with this thing in my hand.
Worse.
It's clipping on the mic.
We're so happy to have you here, dude.
We're so happy to have you on.
Well, first of all, I mean, I have to just thank you guys so much because, as everyone knows, you guys have bought me a new car.
Yeah,
I know.
Look at this. You bought me this beautiful Victrix joystick to play Street Fighter on.
You're welcome.
And now, I got a brand new gaming PC. I mean, you guys have just covered my house in so much affluence.
Is just
We paid your rent.
But yeah, they're just gonna be sucking off Phil this whole time.
Paid off his whole mortgage. No, it's all taken care of. You're free and clear, Phil. Live your life, man. You're set. The casino set you up for life, brother.
That was
Hey, you gotta be a high roller, right?
Yeah.
Clear it all up for him.
Yeah.
Phil, we gotta get serious because
Just for one thing.
the whole purpose of this show is to hold you accountable, Phil.
Oh,
People out there
I
have
see.
said, and we gotta ask you about this. People have said you've
Very
been
important.
lying for years. You've been covering things.
The trolls have
up,
already confirmed most of everything
bullshitter,
about Phil, and they're just gonna
all
sit
this
here
sort of-
and
all this sort of stuff. So
ask him directly as if he would ever admit to any of it. It's like, what is wrong with these people? Do they not understand? Why would someone admit to being a criminal? Why would...
to check your lies, Phil. And so this is going to be very Frost Nixon-esque with this first question. We're going to be asking the why didn't you burn the tapes level question, Phil. So I hope your anus
Everyone's been waiting for this.
for this question, Phil. Dark Side, Phil. What is your favorite flavor of ice cream, sir?
What? That's what you're gonna open the show with? You're gonna hit me with that? What a question.
Yeah.
I mean,
Listen.
Let's see, what happened to the synthetic revolution? I mean, I've just been busy, honestly. I've been working a ton. I've got personal stuff I like to handle.
this is a total trap question.
And then in the few hours that I get to relax, I've just been choosing to do so. Playing games, hanging out with the guys in the synthetic group chat. It's more of a fan Discord.
So no matter what I
Really cool guys in there, Never Rate, Dornan.
This is a dodge.
I don't think you guys would know any of the other names.
Just give us a straight answer.
No wonder they're
about
so
your
mad.
ice cream flavor.
Listen, I would prefer to handle the devil I know. The devil I know is if I don't say what ice cream flavor I like, people are gonna hate me anyway. So I refuse to answer. Absolutely.
What? Really?
But Phil, I have heard
5,000
from the
watching.
detractors. I have heard from the detractors that you are
Let's
spending
see, what's the definition of
$5,000
grifter? You
a
call
month
it
on
synth grifter. By
strawberry
that,
ice
I thought you meant he's constantly
Will you
following gaming
confirm or
trends, but then
deny
since
this?
said being a grifter means not believing what you say, well then he fits it perfectly then. He doesn't have any morals or principles, he just
It's like I always say.
says whatever's convenient for him in the moment. He's done it over and over again.
Okay.
So there may have been a time.
Oh!
There's
Maybe some Cold Stone.
Not Cold Stone.
there's RE4 remake. He sat there and he sucked that off simply for the sake of like spiting BG3 and all that other crap. He praised it for selling the DLC back to you while it was can't speak. It was included in the original game.
Very new brand, Phil.
My new title. I'm no longer Darkside Phil. I'm an Age of
It had all the DIE garbage. They changed characters, dialogue.
No matter what I do, I'm a heinous Phil. There you go.
They really cut a lot of the soul out of that game, really.
The King of Love? What are we calling you? The King of Love. Dark Side Phil, the loving,
He
wonderful
praised,
man.
what was that game called? I can't remember at the moment. The lesbian robot game.
What did you do? You can watch
Signalis? Yeah, I think it was Signalis. That's the name of it.
Whoa!
What made you quit watching pro wrestling?
Honest answer, there's two halves to it. The first half is, I was a lifelong fan of pro wrestling. I really was. But I just got tired.
And then,
like,
I don't know. I've just got so many different notes about all the garbage that Synth has done over the time.
happy ending to the story. And then they would give you like the crappiest ending after you invested all that
I really don't try and remember all this stuff. I do unfortunately just have it burned into the back of my brain, so I'll just randomly remember it.
Brother,
when he's body slamming Andre the Giant or he's big booting the Iron Sheik and he wins. And you're like, oh, okay, that's good. And then WWE just decided to always kind of get you behind.
Someone actually messaged me in one of the comment sections. They're telling me, "Oh no, Synth, he only cares about. He's got integrity. He doesn't care about money. He cares about gaming so much. Brother, no, he doesn't. And I'm not one of these people. I don't think that you need to specifically not make money. Obviously, you need to survive somehow. Making money isn't a bad thing. But when money is your priority, that corrupts things. You can see it a lot in Synth's videos. He panders to a lot of his audience. He tries to pander to the V audience as well. Unsuccessfully. They still don't like him over there from what I've heard.
It's your money.
Well, that's the thing I never understood. That's the thing I never understood about this accusation. Say you were spending your money on this shit, right? Okay. Are you killing people? Do you have kids trapped in your basement? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that reminds me,
Oh.
what was it? Ah yes, his mission statement. He used to say that he wants to document the decline of the gaming industry. And his reviews, you know, he called out Angry Joe because, oh, you're buying the games, you're complaining about Spider-Man 2 and all this garbage in it, but you're gonna buy the game anyways, aren't you? And, well, Synth is doing the exact same thing. So his criticism of him is hypocritical. He can't call out one reviewer saying, oh, you're going to buy these garbage games, while he also does the same thing. And you're not making a difference at that point. You've completely scorned the normies. They're gone. They only come around when someone posts a clip to Reddit or something, and they see you say something outrageous. So you have essentially become a rage bait channel. And you admitted that a while back too. I've got a clip for that. Because it's all so simple. It's too easy to prove these things. You're an open book, but not in a good way. Well, I don't know if it's so much that you're an open book as to that Synth is unhinged. So he just says things.
And people are making a very good living online, and nobody else seems to, get the hate that you do for running your business. It's wild.
Yeah, I think like you said, I've been around for so long, 16 years and counting as a YouTuber. There's been like
yeah, I don't know. He thinks that he's a lot more clever than he is. I like to try and be humble because that's just a good way to be, you know?
Like the early people who didn't like me were like, well, he doesn't deserve his fame, but he's not a good gamer. He does bad commentary. He makes too many over-the-top, like sexual, like really bad jokes and stuff like that. Yeah. We want more professional people to be making money on YouTube, so he doesn't deserve any level of popularity or success. Then it became, oh, well, you see, now he's a dinosaur. He refuses to adopt direct capture and live streaming. So then I would adapt the direct capture and live streaming, and then it was the next thing. Oh, well, now he does this that we don't like. Now he does this that we don't like.
They're always being moved. I want to ask you something.
I'm not even paying attention to these guys at this point.
You feel has made your channel be able to be successful?
Oh, it's so gay. Sitting there just blowing Phil. I never really liked these guys that much, but this whole Phil thing really just was a mask-off moment for them as well. It's the same thing as the rest of the commentary YouTubers. They went out, oh, we were covering these people, we're covering this horrible stuff they did, but we don't actually care. We just want to cover a topic to try and get money off of it. So it's just pure moral fagging.
I can always jump from a genre to another genre when one's drying up or one's more hot.
If you don't actually hate the people doing these horrible things, then what's even the point?
I finished an Elden Ring DLC. I'm playing Street Fighter 6. I've got a late night chill stream of Stardew Valley.
It's the same way a Critical exposed himself a little bit before the whole crazy Sneeko thing. Critical got caught complimenting Logan Paul in private at the Beast Games or whatever the hell that stupid competition was. And then his audience had a backlash against him because obviously he's called him out in the past and he's talked about all the scams that he's done. And then he tries to excuse himself saying, oh, the scams are more recent. Well, no, not the scams are more recent. He said that he'd try to repay some of the people, which he did a little bit, you know. Does it really matter if you repay $1 million and you made 10 off of the scam, though? I don't think so. He repaid a small fraction of what he took.
Because of the detractors and all the bullshit.
It's both, because I do still get sponsorship opportunities. I do, but it's always the little indie game you've never heard of, and they really need someone to play their game so that they can get some visibility on YouTube, and they know who I am, but they know that if I play their game, they'll get at least some eyes on the game. So I do get those opportunities. I'm certainly never going to get.
And then Logan Paul, he had the whole controversy before that Critical conveniently forgot about. He was trying to, what's the word? He was pressuring his employee to sit there and be groped and molested on his show by that fat Asian guy, Bobby Lee, I think his name is. I hate Logan Paul overall anyways, because he's this degenerate who hates Christianity and all this other stuff.
What the fuck?
He's always been a piece of crap too.
And then they lied to me and said, "Oh, it's a glitch."
That's retarded, dude. Honestly, that's like such a scumbag. You're taking money. Okay, even if you don't like someone.
His whole career, he's been a giant piece of shit. But you know, oh, we need to forgive him, guys, because reasons. But now he's on the other side of it. He's on the back foot because he got backlash. Same thing with the Sneeko thing. Oh, I didn't really mean kids should be able to transition. What I meant is that like it was a hypothetical. There was no confusion. Anyone can sit there and watch the stream that they did together. It was a straight question and he answered it straight. And then he later tried to say, oh wait, no, not like that. And he's gonna get away with it, because they always get away with it. These big YouTubers.
And he asked, DSP, what's it like to know you're one of the most resilient people on the internet?
It's weird because I see the memes. Like, I see people posting up on Twitter every time that, like, another content creator retired or whatever. Right?
Yeah. He survived.
DSP survives. Another, he outlived another one. And it's like,
yeah.
I don't think of it that way. But I'm serious. Like, every day I get people who, like, send me messages and they're like, we just want to let you know, thank you so much for still being around, because we see the stuff you go through on a daily basis, the harassment.
Oh boy, Phil, you're a 42-year-old man. People sending you mean messages online. Grow up. That's such an issue with all these big YouTubers too.
I'm coming up against every day. And listen, I'm just a schlub playing games.
They've got Peter Pan syndrome. Synth is a big one on this. He just is a giant child.
Have you ever felt like, have you ever been on the brink of quitting?
The whole DSP spurg, someone showed that to me too. He banned the word DSP, he took out the emotes. I still remember during that Tomb Raider stream, he freaked out because people were spamming DSP in chat, obviously to troll him and mess with him. I doubt any of them meant anything by it, but he was actually just making death threats towards them. He deleted that stream for that very reason.
And this was before I converted into being a full-time live streamer. Like, I live streamed, but I never really even talked to my audience. I was still pretending like I was like an offline YouTube video maker. So I was just doing like commentary for myself on the videos and everything. And at the end of that year, basically like a lot of stuff happened. All right, first of all, my personal life was falling apart. Like, at this time, I was with a different person than my wife, who I'm with now, and I'm happily married.
I actually wanted to make a video on all these stupid commentary YouTubers. I've just got a list of them set up and all of their stupid grievances. I don't know. It's the whole thing with me of, why can't these people just be honest? Why can't they cover things properly? And there was this video with Pyrocynical talking about the LTG situation and allegedly this and all this other crap. Dale can't sue you. He doesn't have the money for it. And even if he did, you have the money to handle that. And you'd win, because he doesn't have anything on you. He would have to prove that you were lying about him, and he can't do that.
Let's go. What was it?
It was the worst.
He's a
game I've
deadbeat
ever
dad.
played.
The trolls have everything on LTG.
Oh, it was
He's a 40-year-old man, about to be at least. He's 39 currently.
It was a piece of
They
shit.
have his social security number. They
So I got like
have.
a million view video. I'm making money on this channel, right?
They know where he
So,
lives.
YouTube
They know his
monetizes
credit score.
for no reason.
Really?
Just like this.
Were you
So
swearing
every video
and
I
stuff on it?
upload.
Were you swearing on it?
Oh, of course I was swearing.
Okay.
But it was just like every video I upload. I had videos, I tested it. I would upload a video with no audio, and it would still demonetize the video.
Oh. What?
Yeah. So they red flagged the channel.
Yeah, mass.
Yeah. So I mean, a year. I mean.
Yeah, since lifestyle is another thing, it's just destroying him.
You know,
He's a neat,
all
just
the
flat
effort
out.
into This channel, this fell apart. My personal life fell apart. Like everything, it was like all in one.
Yeah.
And I was a mess, and I was drinking way too much and everything. I was.
Yeah, unfortunately, being honest is not actually
Kind of like this thing. It's almost
the way
like
to make it on YouTube.
godsend, even though it was a bad thing. I know that sounds weird. The YouTube adpocalypse happened. Okay.
Yep.
It's a funny thing.
No one
I
was living just like
I wish I didn't find this stuff also interesting, but while I'm working, I'll just
sponsorship, I gotta change
watch
my
this
time.
stuff, and I see all of these different situations. I've always had a fascination with these lolcow types.
And instead of me just making videos where I was just playing the game,
Unfortunately,
or
Synth
my
turned
dad,
into one of
I was
them.
going to actually
But,
interact with him constantly, like every
that's
day.
another thing.
Shout out for content.
He spurged out in a stream saying, I don't know, I think one of his little sycophants might have said it to him, but he said that I wanted him to turn into LTG. No, that's retarded. Why would I want you to become a guy I hate?
I'm talking to an audience all day. I was like, wow, what a dumbass I was. For 8 years, I had an audience that was ready to talk and interact, and I was ignoring them like a stupid idiot. So I
And
was lucky.
feedback,
Like,
right? You have feedback. You
and
make
the thing
jokes.
really took off.
oh yeah.
Yeah, what's up, Nevi, right?
I want to ask you something. You've been around since like 2008, 2000, like the old.
I
West
constantly
era
give
of
Synth
the
advice in chat, and he would always ignore it, of course. I'd give him game recommendations that chat would like, but he would ignore those too because he was going to play whatever slop or whatever nostalgic game he had, like, lined up.
Like one of my favorite playthrough of yours, and Andy's favorite playthrough of yours.
It's really too
is your
bad.
Dead Space playthrough. We love it. We think it's.
I was
such a
never
fun
like the rest of the
You
Synth
just-
cells. I never worshipped Synth.
You just couldn't make it today, Phil. Do
You can call me cringe and parasocial for it, but I saw him more like a friend.
Politically correct way of thinking, Phil.
And he kind of spat in my and everyone else's faces with that. You know, the whole words on a screen tirade.
Yeah.
Then it should be fine, right? As long as people know that what you're saying.
Oh, what's up, bro, man? I just saw this thing last minute and I decided, hey, you know, I'll cover this.
Yeah,
But
sure. I'll make fun of this race or this group, but I'm also going to make fun of myself. I'm Italian. I make fun of Italians. I mean, go watch my Assassin's Creed 2 playthrough. I destroy Italian people in that playthrough.
You gotta watch
You know?
but to be honest, I was
So,
falling off of
what
Synth's
gets me is, like, today, everyone
streaming
does this
thing
about
way
everything.
before
Why
that.
are you so offended?
And it's
Did I say
funny that
something
he,
personally
to this
about
day,
you?
still denies being a
Make
streamer.
generalized joke in a video,
He has,
somehow
what is it,
got a
closing in on 300 streams, and
feeling of insult.
video-wise, he's
Because
not even
something
close to
someone
that.
said in a video on YouTube, I just don't understand. I mean, take a look at comedians. Even they can't do comedy anymore. Even the old guys, Jerry Seinfeld, Chris Rock, they can't do their shtick anymore because people get so offended. At the same time, man, am I glad that I changed to be an interactive streamer in 2017 because the social aspect of coming in and interacting with people took over for that over-the-top commentary that I used to do, and it gave me something new to do that I love.
Yeah.
I still get notifications for his streams. I never jump in there because there's nothing for me. And I actually genuinely hate the guy now.
Say whatever you want to say and fuck anybody who has a problem with it.
Back then, that was the intention. Like, how far can I push the envelope, and when
Yep.
will people actually say, "Oh, I'm offended"? It was so rare. It was so rare when people would actually be like, "Oh, you went
Yeah,
too
Sneed
far."
and Feed, I did try and help, and I have learned that lesson a couple times over now, that sometimes you can't help people. I had a friend who was very similar to Synth, so that's probably why it hit so close to home for me.
Like it's like trolling people. Yeah.
In 20
Which made it doubly insulting when he, you know, turned on me as he did.
I had top 10 most racist racist moments in my videos of that year countdown at the end of the year.
I was gonna bring it up. It's so of its time. It's so genius. It's like nobody did anything like that, Phil. Like that is awesome, dude. This is the best.
That's hilarious. That's
You can't do anything like that anymore, man.
No,
you can't say one of those
get away
jokes
with
anymore.
anything anymore. But it's like the top 10 most racist moment count.
But that's the thing. That's me pointing it out from my
Yeah,
own
Vixus, he
context.
has actually admitted that before. That if he could make videos on older games and people would watch them, he would do that. So he's kind of admitted he doesn't have the talent to do what he wants to.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And it's just like, we've done.
He doesn't have the motivation either.
Both me and Andy of doing edgy.
If he really tried to do it, he could make it, but, he's just gonna keep doing what he's doing.
Right around 2015, 16, 14, this new wave came in that said, you're not allowed to make jokes like that anymore. You're not allowed to say what you want. And it's like, none of
It's kind of like how we baited people a while back. Oh, I want to make the second channel and I'm going to do all this stuff. I'm going to review reviewers, was the general concept.
We've said these things.
He completely dropped that.
People bring it up. Like,
He talked about, oh, I want to make this book. I want to be a video game developer. He doesn't make any actual steps towards, actually pursuing those.
It's like these were meant to be comedic. These were meant to entertain people, but they don't care about that context. It's very sad.
Well, that's what it's all about. You just said it, context. You need to have this stuff in context, and people refuse to put it in context. Instead, they purposefully take it out of context to try to make it look so bad, so now they have something to get upset about.
Or there
It's part of why I try to keep things general when I tell people I'm doing something. Because, I learned this from someone else. It's always good to absorb wisdom and knowledge from other people. That if you just tell everybody all of your creative ideas, ambitions, etc., you've already kind of gotten the dopamine from completing that project in that action, and therefore you feel less motivation to actually do it.
He made some anti-Muslim post on Facebook. They came to his house, arrested him for a Facebook post. So none of us are criminals, except maybe in the thought criminal sense that we dared to think something was funny that was funny for like 20, 30, 40 years. These jokes were being made. Now suddenly it's a big problem, right? None of us are criminals. None of us have broke the law.
Is it true that you and Sergeant Dornan are dating? What?
They believe it's their right to
Where'd that come
break
from?
your rice.
Never heard that
Say
before.
Phil's not allowed to eat rice. Phil is
Well,
the evil
I'll just
person,
tell you now,
and
no.
he's not- we're going to stop him from making
We're
money.
both men.
And that's like a mentally deficient way of looking at the world.
And even then,
Phil.
e-dating would be horrible.
It's like Andy just said. In the past, of course, I'm going to admit now, because now you look back and you're like, all right, now in context, that was a bad thing to say, right? That was a bad joke to make, and I would never make another joke like that again. But the fact
That's
that
sad, though, because we honestly did nothing wrong.
Even if you did,
that is true.
Who cares? Like, even if you did, though, like, what, are we not allowed to fuck up from time to time? It's like, oh no, always walk on eggshells, or a bunch of people are
It's
mad.
not even a fuck up.
forever.
To accept that it's a fuck up is to accept.
Why do you hate synth? I've gone over that about 50,000 times, but I don't mind. I'll explain it to you again. Aside from him completely shitting on me, I missed it the first time too.
And they'll never forgive you.
He was trying to claim that I'm not capable of anything other than what I currently do. Because I'll tell you, I work in a warehouse. Don't tell you where, because, you know, I'm not going to expose everything about my life. But, you know, it's a blue-collar job. It's hard work. Pays well. But, you know, it's obviously not what anyone dreams of doing.
Company that I want to get a sponsorship. Oh, here he is. What do you mean? That was 2010.
Speaking of doxing, actually, Synth has doxed himself twice. Fun little fact for you.
You know, but they do, because like you said, it's like universal. These people, what it is, they have a simpleton's mindset. Okay, You're either 100% good or you're 100% bad. There could never be any shades of gray between. There's no situation where maybe they're right now and maybe they're wrong later. No, you're just either the hero or the villain to them. And that's like a toddler's mindset. Like, how can you not understand that in life you have to have situations where sometimes you agree over here, sometimes being in the middle is okay. I mean, if everyone was all one way, wouldn't life be boring as shit?
It would stink.
Exactly.
Yeah, one was on PlayStation.
And the people who hate you admit that you're an interesting person, Phil. So why do
Yeah, he
you
actually
boring?
personally
Why do
insulted
they
me.
wanna, like, try and destroy you or change who you are when there's
And I'd noticed this growing ego too. It's been going on for a while, but it reached a peak, obviously.
There are people on the internet.
And then there was the laziness always bothered me. YouTube is literally his job. And I did get banned over a joke. I had no intention of making the "This is how you don't play" of his Elden Ring DLC run. What's Kobe's last name? I shall leave that one to you, my friend. Oh, well, Vixie's just told you.
I'm visible. I'm on the screen every day. You sometimes see the negative impacts that you have on me in my life, and it gives them a feeling of like accomplishment, and now it's like they go up in status in these social circles because they've somehow hurt me. Okay?
I might actually make it now, though, because Husky wants to see it. It's a lot of work, is the thing that's deterred me as well. This is how you don't play. They're actually kind of boring when you look at them. I've watched a few of DSP at this point, and I watched a couple a while back, but it's just the entire stream, and then you overlay a description of what Phil did wrong. We've got a really nice opening for it, though.
And go, right? It's a big difference between A-logging someone and having fun, right? And being like, oh, look at this idiot, I'm going to react to their video and make fun of them, right?
I'll ask something. I saw this in chat, and I think it is curious, because we're talking about, offensive jokes in the past. How did you feel when, like, in that Side Scrollers interview, they ambushed you about all that stuff, and they tried to basically cancel you for it?
Right. See, here's the thing. Like, I was okay with them asking me anything. Sure. But then if I give you the answer, that's the truthful answer. And then they're like, oh, no, that's not what it was.
Yeah.
What do you mean? He's like, no, the joke that they brought up was not a racist joke.
Yeah, someone in our Discord actually looked him up. It's kind of crazy. He's apparently actually 30 years old, which I don't know why he lied about that, but have fun with that.
If you think that my joke isn't racist by default, it probably means you're the racist, because that's the first thing that came to your mind, right?
It's in fact you who's the racist. That's the way they're thinking, right? But man, did they ever do you dirty, Phil? How do you feel about that interview?
On the record about the interview, okay? Because actually, this is true. Besides my streams, I've never talked to anyone about the interview before. So let's talk about it. Okay.
I watched it 2 days ago. Here's the one thing I noticed immediately Craig did to you, okay? Obviously, he was watching his chat and reading, like, the questions and getting mad with chat. He went a group think or whatever. And the one thing was that you used to, like, shit on people while playing games, right? And then you said it was a character or whatever.
I don't know, maybe the 30 milestone, having not actually accomplished anything, is something that bothers him. An insecurity of his. Probably is. Thinking about it now. I don't know, he has the potential to do things, but he's a black-pilled NEET. And he believes in all the kind of it's over type stuff.
They came to me. First of all, they didn't want an interview with me. They had known me from over a decade ago. I was a fan of when they used to do things on ScrewAttack.com.
Yeah, BM, everyone in here is at least somehow related to synth adjacent.
I was friendly with Craig from over a decade ago. Okay? Whoa. So he's redoing his podcast. He emails me and asks me as a favor to appear as a guest on his show to give him a boost because he has no viewership. Okay, I agreed to do this. I said, sure, I'll do it. I'm a friend of yours from like a decade ago. You know, we haven't talked in a long time. Why wouldn't I do that?
Oh, wait, Havel, you were banned? Oh, wait a minute. It's because you were talking in my comment section, isn't it? Yeah, Synth had his Jannies go through, and anyone who was talking in my comments, he had them just get nuked. Pretty crazy, isn't it?
Propel our show into popularity because right now they were doing it for about a month. They had all these other YouTubers on it. They weren't getting anything out of it. Like, they were getting a couple hundred views a stream. That was it. So they said, this will be the big one, right? So they approached me and said, can we change it to an interview? Sure, why not? What are the criteria? I said, you know what, guys? I trust you. We can do whatever. We'll do it as long as you want to go. I'll clear my whole day. It's not a big deal. I don't think you're going to do me dirty or whatever. I think that you're going to...
Oh, Synth, he complains about society and all this stuff, but he clings to the status quo. He's kind of like Destiny in that sense. I've seen a lot of, you know, aside from the whole cuckold thing and all the lefty garbage, but I've seen a lot of other YouTubers talk about Destiny, and, you know, he's this ultra left-wing kind of guy. He pretends to ever actually acknowledge more right-wing truths, while continuously just completely shitting all over the right. But, you know, Destiny fights to maintain the status quo because he's a subhuman. He's worthless. He's useless. And he's exposed himself quite a bit at this point with all the controversies he's been getting into. You know, saying that the firefighter that died at that Trump rally deserved it. Being a deadbeat dad as well, because a lot of his fans don't know or forgot about that. That got swept under the rug.
Because they're beggars and bums, and that's at the end of the day they don't get anything.
Even beyond that too, it's like, oh, Phil makes fun of people with drama, and then you suck up the Keem. Drama alert! The guy who's like, oh, this girl's cheating on this guy, and their Instagram, this happened. Who cares?
We all know he's faking drama.
Yeah.
We all know he's scripting drama.
Yeah.
Have you been watching this stuff? Where I doubt you've actually been watching it, but you've heard Boogie.
You got banned for autocorrect, making it so you said you don't like his content? Wow. That's crazy. I keep on saying that. I need to stop. It's just like a, I don't know. Not a tick. I don't know. Common phrase that I go to.
Scripted, fabricated. Very well, this could have been a long plot, a long game that they were going to pull this out at some point, right?
You know,
I don't even know if you can believe what they're saying about the cancer or not. I don't know, and I don't care. That's the thing. Like, to me, this is the same as like WWE. Like, you know it's fake, so why are you going to waste your time on that content? All it's doing is trying to milk you for views and money.
As a wrestling guy, Phil, I think you'll appreciate this analogy. Isn't it so Russo-esque, the way that he plots stuff? It's just short-term booking, the craziest stuff he can think of.
Yeah, Destiny is a goblin, an absolute subhuman.
His product, and long-term,
and he's obviously just completely evil.
June the King did a documentary on it, and there's evidence.
He just pushes what the state wants you to believe, really. All the left-wing stuff, all the propaganda.
So if this happened years and years ago,
he actually tried to say on that stupid Piers Morgan interview that the right was the one that escalated things to this point, which to anyone living in reality is absolutely absurd.
I'm sure some things are real in the sense of like Boogie fake cancer, but then he goes, listen, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna say I'm gonna fire you, right? But then, no, hang on, listen. We'll get you to do.
Of course, BM. It's because Synth has cultivated a group of. He's got the Twitch audience. They're sycophants or people that just want to troll relentlessly. That's all he has. There's no one in there who's neutral anymore. There's no one that's. Well, there are a couple people probably still left that don't like him, but they keep quiet. They don't actually say anything.
Told he's a king by
people like me that liked him but would criticize him, they're getting like or 66.
Being abused as a child, but yet I think you get just as much shit, if not more, than Boogie. I think more than Boogie actually gets for having done that.
Well, the difference is I have content. I actually have content to offer the internet, and people like the content and will pay for it. These people have nothing to offer but drama and bullshit that they have to keep making up and fabricating to get people to think that they're pertinent. It's different.
So let's go into the locale live thing for a minute.
Why not just make a new account if you're banned? Why would I do that?
With just Wings and Boogie.
I could. It's easy. But why would I go back to Synth after everything he's shown?
That they needed
He doesn't actually care about the gaming industry. Oh yeah, that's true, Neverett. We should have seen it coming after Cobain. Cobain explicitly got banned from Synth's channel for his religious beliefs. Their argument about how homosexuality works.
They have, well, at least in the case of Wings of Redemption, okay, Wings has had this ongoing relationship.
Yeah, Solar, at some point, he just turned into an absolute dick sucker. I don't know what happened to Solar.
He threatens him, you have to come on stream right now, or I'm going to get you kicked off of Twitch and kicked off of Twitter and kicked off of all this stuff. So he just does it, and he goes right into the lion's den.
That deleted stream is really interesting, thinking back on it.
I don't understand how you can work with someone like that.
What was it? Oh yes, he was praising Hassan. He was sitting there just seething about how attractive Hassan is. And seething that Hassan gets women and he can't.
We didn't want to have a boss to answer to. We wanted to set our own schedule. But these guys seem to have gone in the reverse and are desperate for a master.
Yeah, he makes too much money streaming to ever consider actually getting a job. He seethes, or I'm just doing it again, just repeating a word over and over. But yeah, he gets really angry if anyone says he needs to get a job or she should get a job. This isn't a job, etc.
Focused on so many different things, but to see three people who everyone kind of hates on the internet come together in this kind of super show would have been such a different thing than what it's done to do this non-stop drama clown show.
You see, Vixies, that might be true. However,
so maybe that's what it is. Maybe they thought they were gonna make
that would require him to actually pay for anything for anyone else, and Synth is obliged to never do that. He worships the almighty dollar.
And everyone's like pissed off about it. And they're gonna now have like a new host.
I don't know, he likes to attack a certain small-hatted group of people in the Middle East, but
Now apparently they're the
he
roasters and the
does act a lot like them, doesn't he?
Boogie fakes cancer for 2 years, but now he's like big shot mafia boss. You dance for me, monkey, and you're like, you're right.
It's just
Like,
I mean, listen. So Tommy, so who got? Let's see. Let's review.
Sure.
So Wings got fired. Did he Wings get fired and then he came back? Or
Yeah. Yeah. Synth was just, that was one of his most black-pilled moments in every rant.
Boogie's still on the show somehow. Okay. Tommy's been fired. Now, are you aware I've been fired?
Yeah, he was saying that Hassan was basically a 10 out of 10.
Been on it, and I've never agreed to be on it, but I've also been fired from the show. Did you know that? At least that's what they announced to the world.
Thoughts on Carl Sama? I like his content. He's a funny guy. And he's got all the good elements of Synth without the bad ones. You know, at least he hasn't exposed himself as liking that kind of stuff. He's talked about specifically how he doesn't like that stuff on Synth and how he stopped watching him for it.
No, I was never offered anything. That's what I mean. I never even had the conversation with Dean. He couldn't even contact me like a human to have a conversation. He called when I was on stream.
I saw that.
He's an idiot.
I saw that part.
I don't understand why he can't treat people he wants to do business with respect.
Oh yeah.
So people say Phil's impossible to get an interview with. Phil won't go out. it's like, have you ever tried maybe just being nice to Phil?
He was all, yeah. Just more and more of it keeps on flowing back into my memory. He was also trying to say, oh, you know, what's the statistic? Only X percentage of men in the past spread their seed, that had children, and their genetic line continued. Meanwhile, it was most women, and he was trying to imply that women were just, I don't know, getting harems, or no, being part of harems. He was basically trying to just say that it's over, you know, don't even try, all that stupid black pill garbage.
I was just like,
No, like, yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. By the way,
He completely ignored all of the reasonable things to conclude from that, like the number of men that died in war, how early a lot of people died. There was a very early mortality rate back in those days. Very early mortality rate. There was a high mortality rate, and they died very early.
Why do you think, Phil? Why do you think Keem chooses to handle business that way?
I mean, this is not rocket science. The guy's an egomaniac. You know, he thinks that everyone is below him. He thinks that he's better than everyone around him. He thinks that he can literally send a tweet, and the whole world's supposed to know that he did it, and that we're all supposed to like respond to it. That's how he made me my offer. He put a tweet on his account. Someone tell DSP if he doesn't contact me in the next couple hours, this $50,000 signing bonus is off the table. What the hell is he talking about? I've never spoken to the guy. Like, what? And that's how I'm supposed to get out a business offer. You know, and that's he's in his throne, his mighty throne. Oh, here, let me get my royal tweeting device, and I must tweet out, and all the people must come to me and give me everything that I want. Like, what kind of an egomaniac thinks that?
Well, he thinks that because he has money, everyone
Yeah.
else is beneath him.
That's another thing I wanted to add into this stupid video I'm working on. The Olympics has presented synth with an opportunity. There are two hermaphrodites competing right now that are absolutely cleaning up, and I'm willing to bet they're both available. So
Get branded on the face with fire. Get down on. Did you see Boogie got down on his knees and moved?
I believe it. I didn't see it, but I believe
He
it.
literally got
It's
down
on
on
Twitter.
his knees. It's like, and at a certain point, it's like, Phil, doesn't this feel like some fetishistic stuff? Like,
think
it's
it's
almost like
disgusting.
homoerotic between them.
Yeah. I mean, geez, they have a group of guys going on there saying that they're going to milk the lol cows.
Whoa.
You're a lol cow farmer who wants to milk a lol cow. Do you know what that sounds like? You're going on a show to
yeah,
give
Havel.
candies to everyone.
Synth
Like,
does
how
need
is this
Jesus, but
something that you think is desirable
he's never going to
for a
change.
brand? I don't know who would go on
He's
that
stuck in
show.
his ways, just way too much.
Boogie outright says
He baits religious people. He's done it several times over. He did it in his, what was it?
Humiliates and degrades him, and it's like, you guys are like.
Ah, jeez.
weird
What video was it? It was a response to one of the backlashes he's gotten. He was saying, oh, you know, as time passes by, Christians are looking more and more right. Oh, wait, it was his response to the Tears of the Kingdom
that
video.
I just don't understand. And I just.
He was saying, oh, I'm not religious, but Christians are looking more and more right.
And then we'll move on.
And in a more recent video, he was saying, oh, you know, it was a coverage of one of the newer game shows,
When it's so easy to be your own.
showing off all the new games. He was saying that, oh, that's right, with, what's the name of that game? Off the top of my head. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, that's it. With that one, he was saying, oh, look how based it is, and he plays a clip of the guy saying, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't know why he pretends so much. Well, no, I do know, but it's very disappointing.
It never washes off. So now, no one's ever going to think about, you know, Boogie as anyone but the guy who did these awful things on the show and degraded himself, you know? And how can you maintain a brand outside of
Yeah,
that show?
Synth likes
That
lolling.
show is
I mean,
forever.
there's no two ways about it there.
How about now?
You know, you can hang him for that if you want. There are a lot of things I'm already kind of going at him for. I'll throw that one in there too.
Would you say yes?
There are a bunch of clips. If certain people saw those clips, that'd be really bad for him.
You don't need anybody Darkseid Phil. Like, they needed you. That's the thing that Keem doesn't understand.
It was specifically during one of the Forspoken streams.
Yeah, I mean,
He was saying that he would try and commission Shadman for art of Frey, I believe. Was it Frey? It was one of the characters in Forspoken.
Nothing to do with it. I mean, it's obvious they cannot. I'm living rent free in their minds constantly.
Yeah, no, I agree. That is very, very true. But you don't watch the show or haven't seen any of that. Like, you obviously heard about what happened.
There's also the clip of him outright saying that gameplay preview for Dragon's Dogma 2 that, oh, you know, yeah, I don't, or no, what was it? How did he phrase it? It was that Lolly isn't one of my specific, and he paused when he was going to say fetishes because he didn't want to use that word because that's a dead giveaway. People tried to gaslight me about that, but it's pretty obvious. He's used it in his thumbnails, he's alluded to it. There's him saying, and he's complaining about Dragon's Dogma 2 pre-release that you might not be able to marry a girl who's underaged.
You've been doing it, 15 years. Do you think about when you're an old man? Do you think about, if you're still going to be doing this in 10 years or 15 years and what that looks like?
Yeah, sure. And the way I see it is, as I get older, and I've said this to my audience, I can't just keep doing games all day. I'm going to get old. My hand, I can already tell you, I'm starting to get early signs of arthritis and carpal tunnel in my right hand. There's no way I'm going to be able to play games.
Hey, PS2 Best Era, how you doing?
I can't sit here sedentary for...
You're crazy, man. I don't know how you're not banned yet. You get really unhinged.
Yeah, but up to this point, 16 years in, I've mostly covered games. I've done a dabble. I got a podcast every day. I got some React content I do here and there. But the good news is, there's so many other things that I know people want to see from me that I really don't do. I don't do politics. I don't do big topics like religion. I don't do those things that a lot of other people do and have a lot of success doing. I say, well, there's a reason. Because those are the topics that are, if you talk about them and someone disagrees with you, most people will not agree to disagree on those topics. Instead, they'll be like, well, I hate you now. Even though I like all your
Here's the thing about that, though, Phil. You already get so much hate anyway. What do you have?
Yeah, Vixie's. It's interesting because obviously he knows he can't out and say, "Oh yeah, I'm a lolly defender. I love this stuff. It's amazing." All that garbage. So instead, he says, "Oh, it's a fantasy setting, and you can't make a midget woman."
And they just want to hang out and have a good time and unplug and forget about the world and have fun with games.
We understand.
So, I don't want to lose that. At the same time, I do think that as I get older, I'm going to have to change. I can't just sit here being the same forever. I'm going to fail. No one's going to want to see the 60-year-old Phil barely able to hit the buttons trying to play Dark Souls. You know what I mean? They want to see other stuff. So I will, in time, change. Will I do this for the rest of my life? I would like to at least maintain some kind of a relationship and following with streaming as long as I see fit. Let's put it that way. Right. If there's if Darkseid Phil stops making content, it's going to be because I decided to stop making content, not because someone forced me to, because bullies got me off the internet doing it.
Yeah, he coped really hard with Dragon's Dogma 2. He ended up kind of liking it, kind of not. He basically gave it a 7 out of 10, which is a rating he heavily overuses, which is also, kind of hypocritical because he criticizes IGN for that.
Do you ever feel kind of silly that you're still playing games for a living, or do you feel proud of that?
The funny part about it is, I'm better now than I ever was, and I'm old. I'm better at games at Street Fighter. I'm the best I've ever been in my life at Street Fighter right now. It's ridiculous how good I am at the age I am, and the fact that I don't even play that much. I play it a few times a week. The people who are pros at Street Fighter, they play that shit every day for hours. Yeah. Here I am. I got like 5-6 characters at Master Rank at Street Fighter 6. It's wild. I play Dark Souls. Actually. I'm playing Elden Ring, the DLC.
Okay, Phil, calm down. It's not hard to get characters into Master Rank. To get them high in Master Rank, that's hard. To get Legend Rank, that's not impossible for most people. Oh god, I can't stand these guys. They're sitting there sucking him off so hard.
I don't think it's that Phil is a bad gamer. I think that Phil reacts badly, and that's the entertainment of Phil.
That's funny.
That's the thing, is it's so funny to watch somebody get pissed off at video games, isn't it? You'd say, Phil, it's relatable for people, because when they play, they get pissed too.
Do you really think that when I lose to someone in Street Fighter and I say, "Oh, fuck your mother," do you really think I mean that? I don't know who that is on the other end of the internet. I'm just venting my frustrations and being silly as I do it, and people think it's funny. You know, that's not a personal, but that's it. But, oh, how dare he say that? If you're in the fighting game community, you can't say horrible insults to the people on the internet.
Yeah, I play Tekken.
It's a fucking fighting game stream.
I kind of dropped it because I was just trying to focus on Street Fighter, but Tekken, Street Fighter, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. I haven't played Dragon Ball Fighters in a really long time, but I played that. What else is there? There's one more. Oh yeah, Multi Blood type Lumina.
People would challenge each other to fights back then. I heard a clip, I think I was watching one of the documentaries, and you said, "Get the fuck up from my machine, I'm gonna play." Like, is that, you really would do that back then?
That was very common. There was a situation. This is the funniest arcade story I have. There was a kid who was a big shit dog, and another guy came into the arcade who wasn't a regular, and the kid thought, "Oh, I'm hot shit." So he talked shit to the guy, and the guy's like, "I don't know who the fuck this kid is." He grabbed him by the neck. He says, "I'm gonna meet you in the parking lot." Okay? So the kid's like shitting his pants, and he runs into the bathroom. He's like, "How am I gonna escape? Because I'm about to get my ass beat, and there's no back door to this arcade." He crawled into the ceiling tiles of the arcade and tried to shimmy his way. Parking lot. He got stuck, and they had to call the fire department to get him out of there.
No, no, it's so embarrassing.
That's what it was back then. It was Smash Mouth, shit talking. You know, you had to like have an initiation into the boys club locker room shit. It felt like you were at a frat house playing fucking fighting games in arcades.
Oh, BlazBlue.
How you say anything to anyone online?
I haven't played that in a really long time. The last one I played is
oh my God,
damn, Chrono something. I've got a bunch of them on my PC, but obviously I just play too many games. I can't get around to it.
The fighting game community is
I've got Guilty Gear as well.
You know what I mean?
I played a bit of that.
So much.
Well, even COD and stuff, right? It's about like swearing at the other team.
Oh wow, I completely forgot about it. I also have Dungeon Fighter, that one.
Uninstall the game. Uninstall it, guys. Uninstall. All of you guys need to uninstall. You guys stay. Like, it's fun. It's like shit talk.
Why do you think this has happened, Phil?
Teabagging.
Why do you think it's?
Yeah, man. Good for you, PS2. You don't need to give these people your money. A lot of them make a ton already. Well, Synth actually doesn't make that much. He makes most of his money on his streams because he streams constantly and hardly uploads anymore. But you should be careful, man. I recently learned that if your channel gets banned, you lose your email connected to it as well, so I'm gonna try and be slightly more careful myself as well.
Money. And why I say that, when Street Fighter particularly started making money, that's when everything changed. Because the entire time that Street Fighter existed in the 90s, the only way it could make money was in arcades or on your console. In the 2000s, Capcom actually stopped making fighting games for almost a decade to focus on things like Resident Evil and other games. When they came back to Street Fighter with Street Fighter 4 in 2008, now there was hype behind it again, and all these companies jumped on the bandwagon. They wanted to make joysticks, they wanted to make merch. All of a sudden, it became a big esports. And when esports hit the scene, now you got teams who are recruiting you, big money sponsorship. We could stream this thing and get thousands and thousands of viewers and make ad revenue on it. And the moment that happened, that's it. Can't have any shit talking, can't have Smash Mouth, can't have any of this stuff. We gotta just make it just like every other milk.
Oh yeah, you thought my PFP was from Baki? No. I can appreciate Baki's art, but I find it kind of grotesque, the musculature.
So many people that they start to feel the same.
Microtransactions or unfinished games that have to be patched every like Oh, the day one patch. Oh, the 6 months patch. Yeah.
It's just a bunch of guys sitting in a boardroom, and they think that they know.
Yeah, Sneed and Feed. Maybe I'll stream one of these days. Do an actual one. Play some Street Fighter. But my current PC, it might explode if I do that. It's a decent PC, but it gets hot. And I don't have a proper cooling system. Also, Street Fighter 6, it takes up so much processing power for my PC, specifically because of, what's it called, that program, the not anti-cheat, the anti-piracy, Denuvo, that's right, that's what it's called.
Ass, anal leakage, all 4 disgusting A's. It's the worst game ever. It's so bad.
It really is. I want to ask Phil, like, things have changed in the gaming review landscape. You remember back when you started, everybody was an angry reviewer.
Yeah.
You know, and
Angry video game nerd, and then Angry Joe.
Angry Joe and Spoony and Irate Gamer and all these guys. Why do you think it went away from that? Why do you think
Oh
that
shit,
fell out
NP,
of
you're here
fashion?
too? How you doing?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. I'd say number one, because just sadly, it got
Yeah, I like JoJo's. Just ignore some of the weirdos on the Reddit types, you know?
But they still have some popularity. But you know, it's kind of like making a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy. By the time you get 10 copies in, there's just nothing left of substance. You can't even make out what the copy was supposed to be to begin with, right? So now people who like that content will just go back and watch the old guys, and everyone else who did it after the fact kind of had to mix it up. Like Angry Joe still does the angry reviews, but now he does streams, now he does this, and he's all podcasts, all kinds of content to diversify, because he just can't make it sustainable to be that angry reviewer anymore. But
Yeah.
I think, honestly,
I just saw these guys were going to be sucking up to DSP, and I wanted to catalog it. And I figured, hey, why not stream it?
Studio, you can just yell at a game and it works. The emotion works and gets your audience excited.
And I grew up wanting to be that. Like, I was 10, 12 years old when that stuff was coming out. To me,
Oh wait, is that noise these chopsticks
but
I've been
now
playing
it's
with?
all gone,
Okay.
You know, it's a bygone
Get rid of
era,
that.
and I remember all the ranters back then, and everybody that they just had a webcam, and they would just talk into it, and they would give their opinions, and I really miss that. I really do.
I think it's now switched over. It's moved over to like anti-woke, anti-sweet baby ink, like people. You know what I mean? I
Well,
think
it's people who are always chasing what's new and what's relevant.
Yeah.
But back then, it was about going to the past.
How old is your processor? Have you cleaned it? Reapplied thermal
Talking
paste
about
could be your
movies that
CPU is
just-
thermal
but
throttling.
Today, it would never
That's
click on
very
the algorithm
possible.
Because it's not what everybody else is talking about.
I did open it up. I've cleaned it several times over.
Reviewers, you obviously famously
Reapplying the thermal paste I can't do, I don't think. I've got metallic thermal paste.
obviously we talked about
Before we get into Rich, just let me.
So I really don't want to mess with that. I looked it up and it can ruin my PC.
Oh, I rate that's even better right now. Yes.
I wanted to talk about that. So back in the day,
Yes.
Irate Gamer was public enemy number one. The ultimate villain. Like, people hated Irate Gamer. What did you think about Irate Gamer at that time, and as you've seen him evolve and change over the years?
Well, I mean, just like almost everyone, I was a fan of the Angry Video Game Nerd back then, a huge one actually. Like, he's one of my inspirations to convince me that even though I had no budget, I could make videos that were entertaining and could get an audience. So I knew.
Yeah,
all about
JoJo's
it,
Part
and
3 is my favorite
then
Vixies.
All of a sudden, I start seeing on YouTube this guy called Irate Gamer make videos, and at first I didn't get
I'm
it.
interested in Steel Ball Run
I
though,
thought, what did he
because
do?
I've seen a lot of cool manga panels and stuff from that.
And the reason that people hated him back then
I should probably just read it, because it's going to take forever for it to actually get an anime adaptation.
tell he'd seen them before, and he was basically cutting stuff out. So you can't do that. Listen, you want to be an angry reviewer, fine, but at least do your own shtick. Don't just copy someone else's. So you know, I saw a few of his videos that they were okay, but I never really watched too much of them or anything. And I know now.
It's crazy to me that he's so triggered by
I do my
being called
reaction
DSP. I don't know why.
that he's I guess like a
Oh, no, I kind of do.
He's a ghost doctor.
It's because he does actually take his status as a gamer very seriously.
Okay,
Which is
so
what
Phil-
only makes it more laughable to me that he did the perfumer bottle cheese in the Elden Ring DLC.
Ghost behaviorist. He says he's the world's first ghost behaviorist. He actually called in to space like Coach.
Oh, Steel Ball Run is bad? Oh, that's bad. That's too
What's
bad.
his name?
I don't remember, but he called into that a few days ago. But he's been doing these haunted investigations on YouTube. What's crazy though, and you might not have known this, he actually did ghost hunting first. Before
really?
he was Irate Gamer, he did a show called Ghost Hunters back in like 2004.
Well,
He was filming himself or whatever. And now he's gone full circle back to hunting the ghosts again. He was talking about how the Holy Spirit told him the stock market would crash.
He was right though. He
But
was absolutely right.
you need the Holy Spirit to tell you.
Four days later it happened.
Should we show Phil? Should we show Phil right now? Should we show him Irate Gamers
Which one,
Sonichu Medallion Quest?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can reapply the thermal paste then.
Have you heard?
I mean, we
Should I do it myself and just look up a video, or should I have it done for me? It might get pricey if I have someone else do it, but doing it myself I could probably do for, you know, a reasonable amount.
know the guy has problems. That's really what essence is. This guy has problems, and the internet has latched on to him and done, you know. It doesn't
What
excuse
is that
anything he's done
noise?
by any means, but still, you know, it's what's going on. And this medallion, is it cursed or something? Like, hasn't it had involvement with multiple people that then bad things
You hear
happen or
this?
something?
You hear this? So someone you know that we're gonna show you tonight, Ralph, right? As a joke, put on the medallion, right, on a podcast.
real-
I think it was
That, so he's made many now. So he started selling them for like $20.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not the original, but he
hear
made
this.
them by hand.
So this guy lives in Mexico, okay, in Merida. Literally, the moment he puts it on, there like a day later, there's a hurricane.
Well, it's actually pretty funny how many traits he shares with DSP. He's balding, he's Italian.
Exactly where he lives.
He's getting more portly because he does so little physical activity.
Hours after he touched it,
He looks at chat for guidance. He blames the game instead of actually improving and looking what he did wrong.
Nick Ricada,
He doesn't properly read dialogue.
as you so call him, which is so
I don't know how to say it.
Recchietta. That's so Kino. Recchietta. He put it on, and then within a year, he became like an alcoholic, cokehead, zombie.
Well, he bought one as like a joke and put it on.
Someone sent it to him. Someone sent it to him. Yeah. A PO box. And then
And it had like a whole scroll with like a curse on it.
he read
Then
it out loud.
He read out the blood curse.
He said Klaatu Varakta Niktu, and then
Yes.
he sneezed, and then the demons
Yeah,
came.
yeah. No,
Oh
look,
my God.
I don't really believe in that stuff, but I was offered a medallion like 3 weeks ago. Ash, I text Ash, and Ash was like, no, not even as well, not even as a joke.
No.
Do not take that. So I didn't take it.
And then iDubbbz put it on, and then his girlfriend started an OnlyFans.
Oh my
and
God.
he married her and took her last
And
name.
he lost
What do you
everything.
think about that, Phil? Would you ever take a woman's last name?
Oh, that's the question? I thought you were going to ask if I was going to wear the medallion. No, I'm definitely not wearing the medallion. Taking a woman's last name, here's the thing. I don't think that makes sense. At the same time, I don't think it matters. Like, it's not a big deal. But you can tell if a man is going to do it, he's trying to make a statement, right? Like, you don't just do that. He's obviously trying to get some kind of notoriety for it. It's not something that you would do in the mainstream. So,
If
the question-
no one
I
knew,
don't know anything about
and
iDubbbz.
Synth could just covertly, in a vacuum, let's say, hook up with Sphere Hunter, I think he'd do it. I don't think he has the morals, integrity, standards to not do it. He jokes about it in front of everyone, but
She just keeps embarrassing
that's just
him.
in front of everyone.
Like, she'll just bring up out of nowhere that he poos his pants.
He shits
that
his
can't-
pants.
that he can't control his bowels, and he's just sitting there with the look on his face like, why are you saying
He's like,
this?
please,
Why are you?
wow.
Please, honey, don't do this.
Our clip channel.
He's also pretty, pretty suspect.
Quadruple their views on their actual show.
This is a guy who has 7 million subscribers. He can't even.
I mean, we know he's into
on a video.
Fuda and traps, so
Is the narrative that
trannies are right in between, no?
he changed and all his content
Well,
changed?
Well,
Hey, have a good night, Spriggy Lotus.
He used to be edgy, right? And then he said like the N-word and stuff before, right? And then he's like, listen, if you watched my content and you found that funny, you're a basement-dwelling incel, you're a loser. So basically, 7 million subs, and goes, listen, if you liked anything I did, you're a bad person. And then he's like bending the knee to all these like woke idiot people who are like forcing him to apologize. And that was just like lobotomized. He has like no soul. It's really sad.
Oh, before we go any, I want to make sure this question that was asked right away gets asked for Phil. Somebody sent in the super chat. He says he's replaying Soulbringer, a janky RPG from when he was a kid. He plays it every few years for
What did I think of
nostalgia.
since Starfield
Do you have a
review?
favorite
What is that
company game
noise?
that you
Oh
play
my
for
god.
yourself,
I have to
Phil?
look for the source.
My company
Anyways, Starfield review, it was pretty alright, you know?
Hell yeah.
He missed some stuff, but that's kind of typical synth.
Final Fantasy 4 and 6, which were called
Same.
back.
We're like the same, bro. What the fuck?
Those are my comfort games. I could play those endlessly and never get bored and just replay them and love them every time.
That's yo. FF4 is okay. 6 is one of my favorites. World, I speedrun that stuff. And what else did you? Link to the Past. That was my game. That was like restart it. I finish it. Restart. Let's play again. Yeah, hell yeah.
For me, and here's what's funny. Most people say
What?
Ocarina of
Where is
Time,
that coming
the
from?
classic best Zelda game ever. And it's hard to argue, but the first Zelda game I really loved was Link to the Past. So when Ocarina of Time came out and I played it, I was like, I don't like it. I want
Same.
top down. I want the classic formula. I'm pissed that they changed it to 3D. I want my old Zelda back.
Yes.
And no one gets that. Everyone thinks, oh, you're an idiot. You know, Ocarina was better. Nah, I'm for the SNES classics. That's where I go.
How about Majora's Mask? I love Majora's Mask. I like it better than Ocarina actually at times. Have you ever
Yeah,
played
it's a great game. You know what's good? The narrative of that game is good.
The narrative.
whole idea of world's ending and everyone has to deal with that. It's like a heavy game for kids to be playing.
Yeah, I remember you're like, what the hell? And you have to like rewind time, then everyone's accepting their death. It's like this dark theme. I love it. I love it. How about Zelda 2? Someone's asking. Oh, the one that's like the side-scrolling one.
Yeah, I played it on Switch a few years ago. That shit is hard, man.
Yeah.
That's a really tough game. It's like, damn, it crushed me. But I beat it. But man, that shit was tough.
Hell yeah, nice.
Let's show Phil this.
Yeah, since logic for the whole Fuda's
then
not
start
gay
getting
thing,
into showing
you
you
can
some of the
apply the
stuff
same
to
logic
react
to literally anything
to
to just
Is
make
yeah,
whatever
is there
narrative you
anything that
want.
wanna tell? We have some questions for you from
Or
Super
you want to
Chat,
bring up or whatever.
but is there anything you want to bring up before we go into that?
Here's the
section?
thing.
I don't know. It's
I feel
crazy.
like it's so weird.
I feel like one of those people who's forced to defend something they don't really care that much about.
16 years, right? So whenever I go into a conversation,
I haven't even, bless you,
always feel like
I haven't even
I'm
played the Elden Ring DLC yet,
because everyone
and
knows about Dark
he
Souls,
had
I
me
don't know
just
that much about
completely
Dark Souls.
covering for it.
I guess
I don't
here's
know
a
my
question for
personal
you.
opinion on it yet,
Why
but
is it
he wasn't making valid
everyone else on the
criticisms, he was
internet
just kind of
has
saying
taken the
whatever.
shot when everyone else on the internet has milked that lolcow shit about me for money, that you guys seem to be taking a different approach and kind of being fair and nice.
I think the reason why is because everybody else has done that. It's tired. It's boring. It's just, if we were to do the side scrollers thing, we would just be retreading exactly what they did. You would be giving exactly the same answers, and it would not be interesting at all. And I'm seeing a lot of people in chat who are saying, this is really interesting. They've never heard, Phil talk like this. They've
a
only
real
ever-
interview, real
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
On
You
the
know,
drama play.
they haven't seen that. They've just seen, clips of you getting mad at games and stuff like that. So I think this actually is interesting to pick your mind on things and see what your takes are. I'm really, really enjoying this conversation. We have a couple questions as we get this irate gamer thing pulled up. Chef Red Pill for 5 asks, question for King Phil. What is the king's favorite type of cheese? And does he have
Yeah, Cobain's
on
kind of
American
vanished, hasn't he?
cheese? Some people say
Does he
it's
still
not
show up in
real
some
cheese.
streams? I heard from someone not too
I
long
think
ago that he was in one of
I don't
them.
have an overall favorite cheese.
I don't know if that's true or not, but, you know.
Thing, you know what I mean? Like if I'm gonna eat roast beef, I think, man, a delicious melted Swiss on there is really good. If I'm gonna have an Italian style sandwich, I want provolone, right? I like different cheeses. American cheese, if you're getting real American cheese, it's real. But most people don't eat real American cheese. They eat that single shit. That's just oil. It's just like coagulated fat. And that's disgusting. Like you throw that on a pan, it literally turns into a pool of fat. It's not cheese at all. You can buy deli style American cheese that actually has cheese content in it that tastes a lot better and is, by the way, way better for you than eating that single shit. So I do have American cheese as well on sandwich. I mean, American cheese is really good on a burger, right?
Yes. Yes. You know,
yeah.
there's, as the Bible says, there's a time and a season for all things. Anime sucks. Cope and Sneed for 5. How does Phil feel about the fact that 1, Phil pioneered shitting on modern video games? 2, video games have
Oh,
objectively gotten
jeez.
worse
Can they
since around
stop
2011.
just
Phil is a pioneer when it comes to the
sucking
gaming
off
industry.
DSP?
Cope
It's so
and Sneed.
disgusting.
Do you agree with that? That it's gotten worse over
This
time?
guy's a scammer.
Like again, what's happened with games, just like with competitive fighting games, just with anything else.
He's also done other stuff, but, you know, none of that's the type of stuff most people would care about.
And they have to homogenize and make everything milquetoast to be appealing to the masses so that they can make tons of money to appease the shareholder. Just listen to everything I just said. Did anything I just said have to do with the game?
No.
But that's all they care about. That's literally the reason they're there, is to make money for shareholders. So you used to have these insanely creative games that would break the mold, and there were years where it was like every month there was a game that was a new genre. You didn't even hear about this game before. Like, what kind of game is this? It's a new thing. Now you're lucky to even get a game that's not the 3rd or 4th in a line of existing games or a spin-off of something. The next fad.
Yeah, that wager of his didn't pay off, did it? Coming out to his chat
No originality anymore,
and just stepping out of the closet.
We have to be sure whatever we do will sell a certain amount to make money. So what else was popular? Copy that. But now, like you just brought up with Suicide Squad, the formula doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I've mostly just been reading chat as well. I just, every now and then, when I actually catch up, I look up and listen to these guys, and it's complete clownery.
Are not AAA games. They're these indie games that are popping up out of nowhere, and then they get viral popularity. And yeah, the indie game's not going to last a year or two. It's going to last like 3 months, and you never hear about it again. But dude, if an indie game that took 1/100th of the budget of a AAA game became popular and sold 1 million copies, those people, they made out.
It's
know?
happened
I'll ask
before.
you a follow-up on that. Have you felt like indie gaming might have already peaked and might be on a decline? Because it seems like in indie gaming as well, they're chasing like trends, like everything has to be a roguelike,
survival,
stuff like this. Do you feel like that's kind of become like there's like almost like the standard indie game?
Yeah, because what happened now is indie game developers are now thinking, well, what can we do to be like the last one that went viral? How
like
can
Pal
we get
World or whatever?
Yeah, how can we get so and so number of streamers to play our game and give it notoriety so we can get those 3 months where we sell 2 million copies and we bang, right? And so again, they're going to the tried and true formula, like you said, roguelikes, simulators, you know, the horror games where you team up and you're doing stuff, you know, that kind of stuff. And it's sad again, but I think with indie games, at least there is potential because you're not guaranteed and you're not beholden to a group of shareholders to make a ton of money. They can be more innovative. You can make a bunch of failed indie games and not lose your house in it because you didn't spend a lot of money and time on it, as opposed to these AAA games. These are $100 million games. If they fail, now the whole dev team gets laid off.
Well, actually, there's a thing too that's interesting. Back in N64 or PS1 days, when you started seeing like, you know, from pixelated graphics to 3D, right? They had to really innovate. For example, Crash Bandicoot, they had to actually invent a way to unload things behind items to have the right amount of plug on it, right? Now it's all Unreal 5.
All done for you, right?
It's all done. It's all done. So, and then it's always the same. So it's the wheel, the radial wheel. It's the same inventory. It's the same heal from just like hiding behind something, right? Whereas before, games used to like have innovate. The people who make Silent Hill, for
Yeah,
example,
it's kind of weird, isn't it? How casual people have become with just talking about all this fetish stuff.
That's a big thing too, where
Okay.
we don't see big innovations in games.
We gotta pound through some
Yeah,
of
we
these
have to,
super
we have
chats,
to,
or we'll
yeah.
never. All right, we got Pingus. He's got a silly question. Question for Phil: would you chug mud if you had no drink or food and needed to survive on an island?
Oh, that's what that is.
No other source of
Okay, I gotcha.
on the
Yeah.
island, like chug mud. I mean, look for cleaner liquid source. There's no plant you can suck on or something. I mean, if you're drinking the mud, you're gonna kill yourself. That's kind of a silly question.
What a question. Okay, now we've got Schrodinger's Danny order for $15 rather. Can you ask Phil what his legitimate feelings regarding Almighty Tevin are? Tevin is nothing like the typical Phil Sturks. He's a chill dude. I don't know anything about him. What's your feelings on him, Phil?
Literally.
Yeah, that's really interesting, isn't it, NP? I have to wonder, how much did Ho Ching pay Synth back in the day to play that movie game?
I guess he used to have a lot of
Because that's one of the only times he actually took money to play a game.
literally not for a moment ever seen this man until someone submitted.
And he didn't say. He kept that private.
Like a YouTuber, for my reaction like a month ago, and he was just like standing in a car talking about rap or something, and I was like, first time I've ever heard this man spoke or ever seen him. I don't have time to go watch this tractor shit because there's so many of them, and I work too much. Like I don't have time to sit around and appreciate.
The one thing I've heard about him, is this true? I heard he played you at Street Fighter and beat you. Is this true?
I have no clue. I
You don't know.
He definitely might have, because I've played thousands upon thousands of people online, but to my knowledge, I have no idea.
Oh, online. Okay. Anything else, Ash?
Let me see here. Fed poster for $100.
Wow.
Says DSP Chads, we're feasting. The detractors are on suicide watch. It's pure Kino.
Woo! Thank
For
you.
$100.
Big
Wow.
support, man.
Wow.
Holy. And by the way,
Oh,
there's a bunch of stuff to
George is the one that got them to play Tell Me Why?
But one day we gotta talk games.
Hmm.
Like I want to do
Interesting.
a full game show.
Yeah.
I wanted to break the ice with
I
you
bring up
and-
games all the time. Yeah, we wanted to. Yeah, we have a lot we want to do, but
We have Kurt for $5 says, Phil, have you rethought your opinion on Mr. Mediker? He's a guy who wanted to interview you.
he's awesome.
Again, a guy I don't know really anything about.
Yeah.
I know that he had covered me over the years, mostly in a negative light. And at one point, a couple of years ago, when I was talking about doing an interview, he was one of the
Oh,
guys that
different
expressed
George.
interest. I don't think he ever
Okay.
directly contacted me. He was talking about it publicly that he would want to do it, and everyone advised me against it. They said, "Phil, don't want to do it. Warning you, that guy got a bad rep." I said, "All right, let me take a quick look." All right, so I swear to God, this is God's honest truth. What happened? I went to YouTube and I looked at Medicare, right? And I clicked on a video, and like the first thing was he says the N-word, and I was like,
I don't know, PS2, I like George. He's kind of an oddball, but
obviously that's not a representative of probably.
I don't know.
Not at all.
He's kind of like one of these guys, except for synth.
The moment I do
But, you know,
anything with him,
he's
what if
actually a bit
he
entertaining.
interview with an awful racist? It's like, oh, come on.
This is just white noise, really.
What we'll say to you about this. He is a member of our community. We
He's
have
awesome.
a lot of respect for him.
Yeah.
He is now terminally ill with cancer.
He's
I
actually
heard
dying. He's dying.
about
and,
that a couple years
you
ago.
know,
That's
he's
something.
having horrible, issues with his bones. He's had 6 ribs break on him. He just had a fracture in his foot. He
We're not
has
joking, by the way. Like,
he
this
has
is like,
expressed
yeah.
that one of his dying wishes in life would be to talk to you and maybe play Street Fighter with you.
Well, I gotta honestly ask this. Why? I don't know why that would
'Cause
be.
you're
I'm
interesting,
I'm
Phil.
nobody. I am nobody.
But here's the
I don't
thing
get
is,
this.
you're actually like a person. Look, people have made fun of you, whatever, but you are
He
talked
has
about.
I mean, the Discord is pretty cool. Now, at least.
when
The old Discord, yeah, was a bit of a
going
wild
Medicare
mess.
did say they were
Wasn't properly moderated, all that kind of
they were out
stuff.
of pocket. He defended you.
But we have enough rules and moderation now to
point where he
keep
has
things in
been
check.
beyond.
Just the other day we were watching some stuff like watch an old movie, Blade. It's a classic.
As a co-guest on a show that I'm already on, yes, I would be open.
Absolutely. Okay, awesome.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
No,
A lot of
honestly,
people
like,
have been asking
he
for that.
said edgy things. Let's be honest. But no, he really wants to. He was so disappointed when that all fell through and stuff. And it's not like a ambush or whatever.
We also watched the old Cowboy Bebop live action show. It was horrible, man. We only watched episode 1. I hardly made it through it. We're gonna continue that at some point, but Jesus, I don't know how these things make it through production.
Says, hey Phil, been a few years, glad to see you thriving. Thanks for
Spike Spiegel. I think the guy's name is John Cho. Way too old to play him. Doesn't look much like him either.
It's been real fun. We got $250,000 man.
Jet Black, they made him actually black because that's just a trend that they have going. Faye Valentine with Daniela Pineda, I think her name is. Absolutely horrible. I'm happy that she sank it into the bottom of the Marianas Trench. If she could have shut her mouth, it might have actually had a chance, but, you know, she tried to be a big activist and have her moment, and it backfired and killed the show.
President Mike Johnson for 10 says, Keemstar is bald and the detractors are on suicide watch. Dial 988 for crisis help. You are not alone. Then we got Gourdzilla for 5. Kino Casino starring PPP and DSP when? Sorry, Andy? Fuck off.
What a piece of shit.
This guy's already like, let's get Phil.
Messed up.
Okay.
We'll be rehired right away. Don't worry. Just
Yeah.
let you know.
So we already ran that arc years ago. President Mike Johnson for 10 says, question for DSP, what is your favorite?
It's fine, Vixies. I was trying to convince you, but if you don't want to do it, that's completely your choice.
Well, I have to say Metal Gear Solid because I've only played one Splinter Cell. I'm not saying that it's not good. I like Splinter Cell too, but I've played way more Metal Gear, so definitely I would say Metal Gear.
Hell yeah.
Man, I mean, I've played, at this point, I think I played every single one of them, even the NES ones. So, man, out of all of those, probably 3.
Yes.
Of the classics, for sure. I think 3 is the best out of the classics.
Oh, okay.
And then modern ones, like, 4 is a really good movie, but 5 has probably the best gameplay. You know,
How about Snake Eater, bro?
And everything. So, what's that?
How about Snake Eater? Snake Eater?
Snake Eater's 3, right?
Yeah, 3.
That's the
Yeah.
one.
Well,
Yeah, that's my best one.
Fuda stream when? Never.
Yeah, yeah, that's
You
what
can
I
go
mean.
over to Synth for that.
Trilogy,
Oh,
3
I
is the
thought that was
best
the
one.
NES one.
You'll talk your ear off about it for hours.
Yes, everyone loves you. I was like, say it. 3. Are you excited for the remake?
Yeah,
Or
because I
remaster.
sucked ass at the original, so I want to play the remake so I don't suck this time.
I love that game. But 5, I agree, has the best gameplay, but the shittiest story.
Okay, we're going to do 2 more, and then we'll move on to reacting.
I'm gonna use bathroom real quick.
Okay. We have here... Lost my place. Proxy for 10. Question for Phil. What was it like working temporarily with Mike Plume on a documentary, and what caused the project to fall through?
Mike,
Yeah, Medicare, what's up with him? People obviously like the guy. I never watched him, so he doesn't have that reputation with me. I saw him cover a bit of the Ricada drama, and he caped for him a bit. He swept it up to a degree, and you could tell he really didn't want to do it. I get they were e-buddies, but I don't know. If you can defend the depths to which Ricada's fallen to, I have no respect for you.
I think he was basically kind of doing everything right, but the way I see it, like, when I really started to think about the logistics of it, this guy was going to have to fly out.
Emanon's Legacy, how you doing?
Filming for weeks to get this done. And even there, he was like, I'll be completely accommodating to your schedule. I'll work around streams, we'll do... But basically, my life right now is very stressful. I got a lot going on, not only with my work, but my personal life, my wife and everything. And when I really looked at everything, I was like, you got to do a risk reward analysis, right?
Right.
And for me to invest that amount of time and effort into this thing with no actual guarantee that this is going to positively benefit me or my business or my community of viewers, I kind of had to say, I think it's a bad idea at this point. I'm not saying that I don't think there's ever a time when I would do like a really full-scale, behind-the-scenes kind of documentary about myself, but at this point, I didn't see the point. It's not like I was at the end of my story and I needed a comeback or anything like that. Like Boogie, let's be honest, when he did his, he had nothing going for him. No one was really caring much about him anymore. Everyone was, Boogie.
Oh, speaking of Trump's assassination, that's another thing that bothered me. I only know about this because of the guys in Discord, but since just absolute non-reaction when it initially happened, and then a little while later, a couple days later, might have been as far as a week, I don't know. I don't keep up with when he streams, but he pretended to have this moral outrage about it and how crazy it was. It's like, is anything about this guy real? What? Aside from his food addiction, of course. That's 100% real. Very genuine.
It was going to be totally different, but at the same time, there's an association there. If the first documentary is about Boogie, who's the next in this line of lolcow documentaries? That's all you heard. Mike Plum's going to make lolcow documentaries, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I'm looking at my own situation. I'm like, I don't need that association. I really, really don't. And then when I called it off, he announces he's doing one with EDP, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yes, but regardless of doing that documentary or not, and regardless of how fair it is or not, you are gonna have
I will
to
see if I like Medicare's, whole thing on the Trump assassination attempt, though.
Would you say an opportunity to maybe rehabilitate that? Because a lot of people, they've never got to see you primary or in a lens that's more objective or fair. They've only ever got to see you through the lens of somebody who hates you and is doing everything to make you look as bad as possible.
Right.
So, could it have been an opportunity for you to be seen differently?
It could have, and at the same time, knowing how those communities act, and I mean the contractor communities, it also could have been a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, Havel, I should wish better for him, but I don't.
How they latch on to
He's dug himself deep enough into the hole.
thing, and they're on it, and they won't let it go, and then they blow it up, and they try to get more information. And I was nervous that if this guy comes to my house and he starts filming, God forbid that they find one thing, and now next thing you know, I got people knocking at my door. Whoa, what's in here? Who knows, right? And I'm not saying there was nothing in this house that, I don't have a stack of drugs in my front living room or anything, but you never know with these fucking crazy.
But to be fair, I mean, you do live in a gated community. I don't know if you can answer this, but has anybody ever come to your house to fuck with you like that?
They can't because it's a gated community, and the moment that they step onto the street, I call the cops and they're out of here within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So, that's why
And the
people
fact
don't
that
do it.
people would even think about doing that it's so stupid. It's disgusting. By the way, a message here from Mudahar. You know Mudahar, right? Some ordinary. He goes, "Tell Phil I say that him not signing up for LOLCOW Live was his biggest W." I'm not even kidding. He just DM'd me that.
It is his biggest
Let's go,
W
Mudahar.
next to
Shout
not
outs,
taking
man.
the.
That's a funny thing, PS2. Synth wouldn't be in a warehouse. He couldn't handle it. To this day, he can't handle it. I don't know where he'd work. He'd probably still be sitting at home with his mom.
Real fast. I know you
She pays for his entire life.
yesterday. That PC,
Which really makes me wonder why he was so, kind of, he was strapped for cash. Towards the beginning of this year, he was like, oh, taxes hit me really hard, guys. What are you paying for? You didn't go to college, you don't have student loans like I do. You don't have any real bills. You do nothing.
Randomly in the middle of it, and Rich was sending him super chats, saying, "Every step you take, every move you make, I'll be watching."
Yeah.
Oh my god.
there was so many, like, it wasn't like proven, like, he was caught in the act, but there was so much circumstantial evidence that it was like, you dodged the bullet. Also, why would you take a PC from someone who hates you?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. Like,
he watches
it's like
every day. Like,
Yeah, that is a really lame aspect of, well, one of many lame aspects about Synth NP.
He's not happy.
He's
But, you know, it is what it is. This
the perfect example of Nietzsche's last man. He just, he sits there and while doing nothing, he laughs at those who actually do try and do something.
yeah, he's messing around. We're three normal
He
guys
mocks
having a fun time.
basically everyone else while just sitting there being useless.
well, you know, this is legendary because people have been so shitty to you that anytime you've had the whiff of an interview, they all just DM. Believe me, the messages we got was like, whoa.
Oh shit.
We don't care 'cause we've dealt
Yeah,
with
I dropped my phone.
We've dealt with
We've
craziest,
dealt with
There,
the crazy
knocked it
level.
down rather.
the wildest stuff.
I'm gonna move you off screen so I can share this. So DSP, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna be sharing this screen here. So click that fourth one and hit watch screen. You could right click it and change the audio to your preference. And this is how we show our guests videos and all that stuff. So for you all here, you just resize everything. Hell yeah. We got some funny things to show you. Get ready. Hold on to your hat, bud.
Alright. So, this is, a lot of people trace this moment that we're about to show you as the real start of Nick Rekieta's downfall.
Yeah.
Because he
Yeah, I saw that too.
obsessed with the Baldo. He got a sponsorship for the Baldo.
It was a while ago. It was probably a month and a half, 2 months ago. Synth, I saw him streaming because YouTube still recommends me all of his stuff, and I just popped in for a second. It was towards the end of a stream. It was with these big mechas. I don't know what the game actually was, what it's called, but he was talking about how even if he gets a girlfriend, he's never going to change, like, his Coomer activities, his behaviors.
So, the Baldo review is coming.
You ready for the Baldo
At some
review?
point. I've got at least one more full-on go with it.
So, he's actually using it.
Okay.
He's talking about how he's going to have a full-on go with the Baldo,
And
but you
he'll-
still don't know what it is.
He'll tell you what it is.
No, it wasn't Armored Core. It was an older game.
I feel bad that you're learning this, to be honest.
No ring. Added one ring.
That, I think that's the name of it, Meta Wolf Chaos.
The rings are better.
Do I think Synth will ever report me for the This Is How You Don't Play on him?
Quick, we won't
You know, it's kind of up in the air. Probably.
Spent a lot of time on this.
Yeah.
He claims he doesn't watch any of the videos on him, but with the way with how angry he gets at them, I think he does.
Lawyer, YouTube lawyer, as you said.
DSP's the same way, by the way. He does the same thing.
Professional.
He claims that he doesn't watch anything, he's unaware of all the drama,
This is what he said.
Here you go.
but he does go through and watch everything on him. It's the same with all these lol cows. Rekieta does the same thing. Review Tech does the same thing.
I like you to specify it's unused. Thanks for clearing that up. You know, I definitely needed to know that was an unused one that you're showing us on your screen.
How can it be somebody else's and at the same time be unused?
And open out of the package. Here, he's gonna tell you how this thing works.
This number you got to do and shove your balls in there.
Oh.
And it's really terrifying that you might snap them shut. And it just
Yeah, I'm not as filled in on Wings. I don't watch him that often. But yeah,
no ring.
he probably does do the same thing as well.
Put this fucker on first. This guy goes on. It goes on way easier. You got to lubricate the inside of this thing.
This guy got 100K viewing live.
No, let me just tell you straight what the Baldo is.
Tell him.
The Baldo is...
Yeah, back in my big fallout with Synth, with that stream, one of the Elden Ring ones, I don't remember which one. He was trying to say that he's not a lolcow. He's different, guys.
Oh.
He's not like the other
I
girls.
So
He was saying that, yeah, I've got self-awareness and they don't.
so what's
And I said it in
happening
chat,
is,
say it
have you
again.
heard of what
Boogie
happened
knows
when
what's
he
wrong
had
with
his
him. He knows all the
phone?
things he's
You don't
doing
know,
that's wrong. He
right?
keeps doing them. He's got the self-awareness.
So, he has been
He just
married
doesn't
to
take
his
action
wife.
on
They
it.
have 5 children. It's beautiful. It's wonderful, right? So there's another married couple that live in the same state as him that do an internet show called the Steel Toe Morning Show, and it's Aaron and April. Well, they moved into his house, and Aaron started having sex with Ricada's wife, and Ricada
Hey,
started
George.
having sex
How you doing, buddy?
with his wife. Now, Aaron has told us that Ricada has trouble getting hard. He needs... I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. He came on the show, he did an interview, and he said, like, he needs to take Cialis, he can't get it up anymore. So this was his idea that he could use this to penetrate his wife without having to use his penis that was broken. Thoughts? Phil? Thoughts?
Listen. You could, in my opinion, you could do whatever the hell you want. In this safe,
I used to
confined
think of
to your own
Synth kind of
home. I
like,
don't give a shit
what's that?
what you
What's his
do
name?
there, as long as you keep it
The
yourself. But when
that
you
crazy
start
old
doing
Greek
shit
philosopher,
when it's like,
Diogenes. That's it. That's his name. I used to think of him like Diogenes.
clown makeup
You know,
on,
he's crazy,
right?
and he says and does all this crazy stuff, but he has a point to it. He's trying to teach a lesson.
Anyone take him
At this point, yeah, he's just,
lawyer,
as you said, NP the last man.
a joke from now.
He doesn't care about anything. He doesn't want to do anything. He doesn't try and change anything.
Like, what was he thinking he was gonna get out of this?
Well,
I got
people
well,
say it
the-
was a sponsorship, right? They think
But
it was,
he's actually talking about that he's using it, and he's going to have another full-on go with it.
There's a difference between, even if it was a legit sponsorship, advertise the product and you move on. What is this segment where he's describing in detail to his audience what you do with it's a
Yeah.
lewd sex
Synth's
act
given me a lot of shit before, and I'll take it.
when you're
So long as you're not personally insulting me, I don't really care.
of a public audience.
And he took it there.
And he's
That's
also...
when we had our big
would you have a
fallout.
sponsor for 100K from them?
No. I'm a happily married man, and I have my private life, and I really like my
Let
private
me
life.
ask you straight up, would you use the Baldo, Phil?
Private.
Would you...
Not use the Baldo.
Would you
I don't
put it
need
on-
the Baldo. I'm fine.
Once you
Bring
put
it
the
up.
Baldo on, it's tough to take it off, much like clown makeup. What I
Wow.
always say.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, he had this image as this Christian family man, righteous guy.
Oh, did he? See, I don't know that. I
Yes.
didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yes.
he was like religious and Christian and like get married.
He wouldn't even swear on his streams for the longest time.
Oh wow.
But then slowly over time, all this stuff got revealed. One of the other big moments that happened along with this.
It's not even like I said anything, really. I just agreed with, I think it was Larry Babinski. He just told him that he needs to stop being so lazy, and I agreed with that. That was the catalyst for all of this. Well, granted, I had been having issues with synth long before that, but that was the straw that broke the camel's back, I guess.
Imagine streaming during your
So wait, so honest question, what happened? Because he was covering law. He was covering. I mean, I remember during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, like he was huge, right? He was getting insane amounts of attention for covering that.
He was in a Netflix doc. Yeah.
When did it degrade down to him doing this stuff? Like, what the hell happened?
He met Dick.
Oh, wait a minute. PS2 Best Era. Are you Zoomer Stasi?
Do I even want to ask what that is now?
He's a degenerate drug addict. He every time there's like a pedophile story, he defends the pedophile.
No joke. And
He
his
was
co-host.
Yeah, he took it even
and
further
his
than that,
co-host,
PS2 Best Era.
Kino,
He said, oh,
like,
I guess unless you're admitting that's
pedophile.
the best that you
But
can
they,
do.
like, defend Cuties. They love that movie. They say it's great. Yeah, they're that type of people. Ricada, for whatever reason, looks up to that man as his father figure and wishes to emulate his life. It's very strange. It's like full-on midlife.
I mean, when you ask me a question like, "Gee, Phil, why do you think you have such longevity?" This is why, because this is what I don't do. I don't degrade myself to get views and money and clicks. I just want to make content for my audience that's kind of normal shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no desire to go to the fringes of existence to try to get sensationalist views and attention. The moment you do this, you're done. You know that's it. Now you're just going downhill forever until you're just where he is.
Hey, you were Opie Connoisseur.
It's so simple what you're saying.
Alright,
so
I got you.
true.
You had some pretty cool takes.
I told this to him, and
If
he
I
didn't
remember
listen.
correctly.
It's just crazy.
I probably do.
Alright,
I have the strangest memory.
Okay, let's go to this next one.
Is am I getting the crash course in all the hot topics that you guys covered?
Yes, that's essentially
a tour of the world of all
Yes,
this stuff.
yes.
We're showing you like our greatest hits
Greatest
library. Yeah.
You go to the Italian restaurant, you get the tour of Italy, you get the lasagna, you get some seafood. Here you get the baldo, you get Ethan Ralph doing something ridiculous, you get, review taking edibles, right?
Delicacies of degeneracy, my friend.
Wow.
I'm gonna say right now. I re-edited the it's the famous Ralph divorce stream. Okay, it may be the funniest stream on the internet. I'm not even like unironically. Like, it's so ridiculous.
Ah, jeez.
The Tour de Phelps. It's called the Tour de Phelps, by the way.
So we now have this story we're gonna show you. This was before all the swinger stuff came out that they were having.
They give him credit for one thing. I don't know how he sits down for so long doing nothing.
Something wasn't right. That they were living.
I'm feeling kind of antsy sitting here myself.
So let's have a look here. This is his wife telling the story.
Actually, this was the first video PPP and I ever watched together. We used to be enemies with each other. We used to be enemies. And then one day, he's like, "You want to come over and chill?" And I'm like, "Yeah, fuck it." We streamed. This was like the first video we watched. So yeah, that's a history lesson right there.
How does one request a things and stuff massage at a masseuse? Asking for a friend.
I've been to several massages and I've never asked for it. Although, creepy story.
Every time.
Whoa.
You knew when you asked, didn't you?
No, I didn't think you would bring up your creepy story, but you can.
So one time, I've had several massages. I love going in for massages, right?
Pause.
But
Phil, have you ever gone in for a massage? No, really?
Oh,
You
no.
gotta try it, and it's so good. It's so relaxed.
No,
I mean, a real massage at a reputable place where they know what they're doing.
we don't.
Yes. We gotta get you to like the hot spring. You ever been to a hot spring?
No, I never do a hot.
So nice. We gotta get you living that luxurious
Gotta
life,
do it.
King.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, all right, let's.
Well, so his wife's about to tell the story. Here we go.
Know that I love going in for massage.
oh, well, I love going in for massages too. But I had this one guy for a while. I had I bought a membership or whatever, like a package. So it's like so many. I bought a package. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway. It's a little
You notice
tight.
there's like it's kind of manic, isn't it? Like, whoa.
It all made sense later. They were caught with 26 grams of coke, and now he's under trial.
Anyway,
on trial and
so
stuff.
I had like so many massages with him, right? Like 6 or something. On like the second or third, he asked me. No. I think it was the 4th or 5th because I remember I had to go back.
Yeah,
down, so I
Synth
don't
does
like,
probably just coom all day, to be honest. He's admitted as much before.
He asked me. Okay, so you start. face
He's
down,
basically
blah,
cooming
blah,
24/7. He's doing that and playing breakers. Those are his two passions in life.
Totally normal. So he massages me and stuff, and then he says, "Would you like me to massage your chest too?" And I'm like, "You do what?" And he's like, "Would you like me to
Wait, this
massage
is
your
Nick's
chest?"
wife, right?
Yes.
And he's laughing.
Yeah.
Serious.
You start to see the problem, don't you, Phil? It's become readily apparent what the problem is, right?
Your reaction. Wait,
Wait, that's his wife, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
gotta be shit. First time I'm seeing this stuff, I gotta make sure I know what I'm watching before I make any judgment. I don't know,
assume
man.
he means, because I've had several massages,
Yeah, it is painful listening to these guys.
this is
They just sit here, like, sucking DSP off.
no, please.
they're condemning Mr. Beast for being a scammer and all that garbage, but DSP's no different. There's just no consistency with these people.
I've just said yes, and I'm too stupid to say I'm sorry. I didn't know what you meant by me.
Oh, right.
Oh, man.
Oh, bro. Thoughts? I fucking lose my mind.
Massage your chest.
It gets
So
a
I
lot
didn't
worse.
stop him because I'm a freaking idiot. Sorry, but anyway.
He was part of that HGTV show.
Hey, Larry, when did you get here? How you doing, man?
Seriously, it was the most uncomfortable moment of my life because he just like massaged me, and then he's like, "Do your boobs usually feel like this?" And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?"
Phil's face says it all.
It really does.
It's going pretty well, Vixies. You know, I've been drawing pretty frequently. It kind of sucks drawing and playing fighting games because my hands are just slowly getting destroyed between work and those hobbies.
Okay, and he's laughing it up there, right?
I feel like I'm gonna get carpal tunnel.
My wife, I'm going in there and beating the shit out of her.
Thank you, Phil. Like, Phil's so right. Like, about everything.
Yeah.
Like, he just has, like, the simple, correct take on
Yeah.
everything.
We
It's
paused
crazy.
100 times, dissect everything. You're just like, listen, I'd beat the fucking shit out of that guy. The end. But hear this part of the story. It's mess.
Like, is he looking for lumps or something? Like, what is he doing? And I was like so uncomfortable. And
Someone over here in this chat says, she's a keeper, Nick. Yikes.
And the next time I went there, I was, because I had 2 more massages. Yes, that's right, I had 2 more. I had to adjust myself. Anyway,
So she went back. So
She
obviously, she really didn't care that this happened if she's going back.
That's the worst part of it all. She reveals that she's going back, so she liked it. And she did it again. It looks like
Like, Nick's actually, I think he's
it
laughing
looks
at
so
him.
いやー素晴らしいおーきっちりしてるね
it was
You'll see,
actually,
All these people have fetishes of public humiliation. Is that what this is? Then? It's like boogie, maybe?
Yes.
Heads off on
なん
this?
かリプレイ見たら
What?
なんか
That's a theory nobody's ever proposed before.
うまくなった気だけする
That Ricada might secretly
う
get
ま
it
くなった
off
気で
on
もう
this.
パラレル田中カスタムルームの招待状今日今一番いらんわ
Which we're gonna show
Yeah, I should do some hand exercises, Larry. It'd probably help me out a lot. I feel like my hands have been getting more and more stiff these days.
4 in a bed.
どんなタイミングちょうどいいタイミングでカスタムルームの招待状送ってくるな
Oh,
I'm not even
So
kidding.
get this. So what ended up happening went to, so
と
they
そん
are
なこと
being
し始めたらもうキリないやん
and they're getting taught at church. And the kids came to their pastor and said, "We're hungry. We haven't been fed in days. That their clothes were
名前だけね
stinking.
登
They
場した
so this is
smelled."
documented? Like this is
This
actually
is
factually
documented in
Yeah.
court documents.
Yeah,
We
on
could pull them up.
stuff. Yeah.
This is why they got the warrant to raid his house. Was because of the kids coming forward.
Oh, yeah, I heard
And
someone said it was the pastor got involved.
And the pastor got involved and contacted the police and everything.
Oh, you watched
right?
あージャスト
You
パリ
watched
取られるよ
him on DSP Reacts. Remember?
Yeah.
Yes. It was for that. Yeah.
What crazy Phil is his 9-year-old daughter has now tested positive for cocaine.
No joke.
She has a level 10 times. So the cutoff is 500
あー
milligrams.
どんだけ伸ばし
She
て
has
う
5,000 milligrams of cocaine in her system.
That's bad.
The-
おいドライブゲージ
Now,
全部
this
使
guy
った
over
コ
here
ンボ
on
の
the
最
I mean, to be fair, Vixies, I really like your stuff. It's fun to watch.
The 4-person polycule relationship.
Well, she stayed. She stayed. He left.
She's still there.
Let's see.
right?
Since we're talking about the old Fuda man, let's pull up the stream you're talking about. If I can manage as much.
Oh, we also guessed it. And people thought we were crazy. And then it was all true. It ended up being, I mean, look at this video. Watch this.
Sorry, not milligrams, it's picograms. I said 5,000 picograms. Be 5 grams of coke in your system. Yeah, it'd be a little wild.
Let's bring Los Federales paid for this today, so thank him. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing his nipples along, shirtless nipple Kato.
Whoa. Thoughts? That's massive. And people thought we were crazy. Now watch this.
It's oh no, we have to prove that it's.
Look at him.
It's actually, if you fucking don't,
Do it.
don't
God,
you,
no.
don't.
If you look at that film, imagine a man doing that to your ear.
Don't.
Imagine, would you ever do that? So if you had a friend over, would you lick his ear like that, Phil?
Easiest question.
Again, this is just like they have nothing to offer.
Nah, that's not it.
So they have to do the
Ah.
risque stunts. We have people talk about them. They can feel like they're pertinent. This is why they get
All right, that's how I did it the first time.
in the realm of relevancy. It's like, is it worth it? Is it really worth it to have this be your legacy on the world and on the internet instead of actually like Nick had good content. He had content that was talking about the law and how it applied to certain things.
Oh wait, killed the wrong one. What a shame. All over again. How sad.
Like there's nothing is off the table after that. He's not thinking straight up there. So, man, I don't know. This is awful.
Let's show Phil. I
Yes.
it's in the folder, but I have the link in the chat.
Okay.
Just show
let
him
me just,
briefly. This is the hot tub stream.
Yeah. Let me just.
So he actually.
What's up, guys? Wait for some people to funnel in here. Then we're gonna talk about something related to the last stream. There's gonna be some things changing around here. I'll wait for some people to funnel in first. But let me just say, you know, this last stream made me come to a realization that people can't be trusted with free speech. Basically, that's what it is. I mean, I basically already thought that. I've thought that for at least a couple of years now, but I've been way too lax with the chat. Let people say what they want way too much. Yes, basically there will be a chat cleansing. There will be. If I need new mods to do that, so be it. But I have made some changes already. I've removed both DSP emotes. I have added 3 variations of DSP to the block list for words on the stream.
Oh man.
So
That's
was the
crazy.
first thing. The next thing, this music isn't exactly fitting for. I didn't feel like putting on like serious or melancholy music, so just the Spyro music's gonna have to do. All right, hold on. We'll get to the super chats.
Yeah, this was a
I'm
recent
sure with the
stream,
queue
PS2.
Times, I'll have plenty of time to read all the super chats. Anyway, so there were a few comments I wanted to address. I'll just move myself for convenience sake. Okay, so, you know, I've said this before, I read the VOD comments, so be careful what you say unless you're looking to get banned. I don't know. Maybe. Let me make it. I'll just make this bigger. Okay.
Yeah, it's like one of those old stories, Larry. Be careful the path you take to try and avoid
a lot of this
a certain
is
event,
talking about
you
shit.
can end up just
Like,
kind
yeah,
of
classic Charlie comment right there.
triggering the right sequences in your attempt
I mean,
to
some
avoid
of
it
this
that
stuff is
you
funny.
get
And
right there
I
where
don't
you were.
disagree with what a lot of people said.
You know.
And some guy was talking about.
I don't know the
not
saying.
that one.
I don't remember
You guys
it.
were bringing up some shit related to the Fallout London mod that I guess the lead dev is. Someone said he was a toucan. Someone just said he's, you know, like woke as fuck or whatever. All right, hold on. Okay, I didn't read this because I guess it's less than a day old. But that's interesting. Sneeko and Critical debated, and Charlie said he's fine with children transitioning with parents' consent. Yeah, that's good, you know. That's good. I wonder, has anyone used the quote where Critical defended Lolly against him yet? Somebody should. Somebody should. Because he said that in the past. Yeah, very funny. Let's see. A lot of you guys are very entertained by my spurging, which is fine. I don't really have a problem with it.
Oh damn! It's past midnight. I didn't even notice.
Okay.
Oh,
Let me
it's
see.
fine. I'll stick
There's
around
more
as long as you
comments
guys
than the
want.
last time I looked at this yesterday. So, man, this is a classic. I feel like we've had about 100 variations of this comment over the years. Yeah. It's a mystery how I haven't at least been demonetized by now. But I guess, you know, YouTube just doesn't care about streams. Who knows? Maybe this next hit piece will be the one that finally gets YouTube to do something about me. All right. I probably should have just found the comment before we started, but it's still being in the stream. Just relax. I didn't even ban Husky yet, so I don't know if this is just anticipating that I was going to read Husky. Because Husky's comment is one of the ones I'm going to read, because I thought it was profoundly retarded, even by his standards. And actually is the reason why I have 2 tabs set up for the beginning of this stream, just to prove a point.
Thoughts on Karl-sama? I like him. He's alright. Some
Alright,
people were saying he's a bit of a LARPer, and I agree, but, you know, he hasn't done anything egregious yet.
Oh, slop suggestions? I might have to read that later. Again, I'm seeing, this is a minute ago. Wait, did you type this like just now? I mean, seriously, Lumos X, this was not 1 minute ago edited. Okay, well, that's interesting. People know I'm looking at these comments. Anyway, if this timestamp is me ranting, calling that one dude brown as fuck or whatever, and the Morales Sanchez motherfucker. Ban anyone give me advice. This is clearly a joke, but keep this in mind for the comment that I'm getting to in a second.
Well, guys, he never liked free speech. He said in his,
let's see.
It was around the Fallout video. He was saying that, oh, you know, I never wanted to ban anyone and delete comments, which is false. He's done that already before.
Here, so
but he was saying that he never wanted to do that because he wanted chat to, you know, keep doing their thing, and people in chat like free speech and the idea of it, so he didn't do it.
Abbreviated like that, so I didn't know what it stood for, right? Instead of looking up what that was, he checks his load, ordering DLCs, ignoring chat while they desperate. Okay, well, he's correct. This first 2 sentences are correct. I agree. That was my big mistake, was not just, you know, confirming, instead of assuming what F4SE stood for. I should have looked it up. That's correct. Okay, now here's where it develops into retardation. Okay,
go to the
chat while they
comments.
desperately
Far
try and
Cry
tell me he's a
5
scripting
RNC.
center. I was not ignoring chat. I only have 2 monitors,
to your reply
and
on
I
my
was
comments?
opening a tab on this monitor. I can't read chat while I'm also looking up the other thing. When I failed, I did look at chat after that. That is the sequence of events. Okay, so already this is lies. We're getting into lies territory, as we know. Timing out everyone in a fit of rage. There were still plenty of people chatting. I mean, we can go back was about 45 minutes in. See, a lot of the gaslighting tards who are accepting no personal responsibility seem to forget there's a chat replay feature on streams. So it was it 45 minutes? Let's see, where does it tell me I need SC? Okay, so it's right here, 57 minutes. Did you took a toll on your body until you... Oh no, a little bit farther. Okay, so here's where it goes to black chat. People are telling me to look at the chat. Okay, let's skip forward a little bit. London World Space... What? No fucking way. Wait a minute. No. Why would... Wait, I went too far. Now fucking up this mod. It might be. Oh, shit. Here we go. I mean, there's clearly people chatting right here. So, yeah, you could say I'm being autistic and take him too literally. But at what point in the chat do I have to skip to where... Oh,
yeah, sorry to interrupt, but hey, Havel, what are you talking about? I never made a comment on his, what is it, Far Cry 5 video. Is there like a fake thug going around? That'd be pretty funny. Oh, someone reposted what I said. That's interesting. See if I can find it. Oh, wait. Oh boy, he wrote out a whole essay on what I said. From DR Asuero. That's kind of crazy. I could go over it if you guys want to, but let's see this whole crazy DSP thing first.
I timed everyone out. Look at how active this chat is. I'm skipping 5 seconds every time. I timed everyone out, though.
Good.
Look at all those fucking people chatting. I timed everyone out. This is after the...
He said I cheated? Where?
I raged and timed everyone out. Interesting. That's a lot of fucking chat messages that are going.
He tried to say that to me during the Elden Ring thing too. I called him out
no more chat messages
because he tries to play games and
I'll just let me just.
He can't actually beat them, so he just looks for exploits.
We'll go faster.
Well, not even looks for. He looks up exploits.
Sky. I would have. So okay. So again, he had one good point. I concede. I absolutely made a mistake and didn't look up what F4SC is. You're correct. Okay, it's now the next part. This part actually made me more mad, believe it or not. It's understandable he didn't know at first because the guide he read didn't mention F4SC, but he should have figured it out after reading the error. Synthis mentioned he's played Skyrim, New Vegas, Fallout 3. I'm surprised he was so lost. It's common knowledge among Bethesda game modders that you almost always need a script extender for big and complex mods, since it lets you do more than what the bare creation engine would allow. But even not knowing that, it would have been easy to just Google F4SCF the error. A true son of DSP Synther moment. Okay. I think Onion Wizard, I'm pretty sure I recognize that name, so he's been around at least for a few streams, definitely. But I have said probably upwards of 50 times over the past 3 years that I gamed on console up until right before I made my YouTube channel. The only Bethesda game I've modded was not even made by Bethesda. Fallout New Vegas. That is the only Bethesda game I've modded. And you're correct, New Vegas has a lot, but the thing is, the reason I didn't think of the script extender is because New Vegas needs like 5 or 6.
Why is he saying that though? That's the second time he's brought that up. Is that just a way to discredit me? It's not even addressing the criticism. And I got stuck several times over in that. I got stuck on the first boss. I got stuck on that weird jump. I got stuck on that little area with... There was a bunch of cannons or something of the sort. And I didn't beat the second boss. I got stuck there for a little under an hour.
Fixes to get everything to work. It needs like the tick fix, it needs anti-crash, it needs, there's like a memory expansion thing, there's like a bunch of shit. I don't mod games. I've talked about it a bunch of times. In fact, a lot of times when I play old games on stream, people ask me if I've modded it, and I say no, I don't mod a game the first time I play it. I barely ever mod games. I'm not a PC gamer, said it like 100 times. I find this hard to believe that he didn't know this, and he just really wanted to fucking roast me. And like, this is 21 likes, and that's what gets me. Like, believe it or not, usually with comments, what annoys me the most is not the comment itself, it's how many people support a stupid idea. That's the problem. What the fuck is... You see this, ya boy... 730,000 views. Fallout London, the Facts of London. So this is literally just an ad for the mod that, you know, just released now. This video came out 2 years ago and has 750,000 views. Who the fuck is clicking on it? Especially now that the mod's out. People pretty much agree it's mid, at least in critical spaces. I haven't gone on the Fallout subreddit or whatever. But from what I read, people just think it's mid, which is fine. I'm gonna at least stream it one more time now that it works. But okay, let's keep moving. There was like at least 1 or 2 comments I wanted to read. I'm not gonna ban that guy because I don't think he necessarily did anything wrong, but he was being a dick, and it's gonna tie into the. Basically, I'm tightening up the moderation. It's time. People have proven to me, like these end trains. Like sexual abuser. I don't know how I feel about chat members who are just seeking attention. There's several of them. Husky, sexual abuser, George the Gunwalker. You could probably name more. There does come a point where it crosses over into, okay, you get a warning, and then if you do it again, you're banned, basically. Okay, like it's just, and yes, the Jannies aren't even doing shit. My Jannies is terrible.
Ban World arc, I guess.
Marky Mark, I know you've been here when I told you N trains are not allowed. I'm about to just add the letter N to the ban list. I said I wasn't gonna do it last stream. Maybe I will do it this stream. But yeah, I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to start banning people. My streams have gotten too popular. 800 is way too many for like a normal stream. Now, if we're doing like an
I don't know, PS2. I agree with you on RE4 remake, but
that's kind of the point.
I enjoyed Baldur's Gate 3 as well.
Jesus Christ!
I'm not gonna tell you to play it because, well, if you don't like the any of the things about it, really, that's fine. It's whatever. You don't need to have the same opinions as me.
What are you talking about? Oh my God.
And there is woke stuff obviously sprinkled in there. I didn't see a lot of it because I lost Shadowheart.
That you don't know that.
I didn't do her quest line, and she just kind of leaves you if you don't.
All right, this is a clear. Yeah, this was one of them. Okay, so horseshoe theory is real.
And I didn't find the circus the first time either.
The stream went through the roof. At least folks at Kiwi Farms are having a good laugh. So this is a Kiwi tranny / Discord tranny who had 13 likes. So that's a lot of fucking... I hope none of you guys like this clear tranny tourist comment. I hope not. But yeah, 13 likes. This definitely sounds like a viewer of The Synthetic Man. Definitely. projection is the laziest fucking insult slash counter argument slash. It's basically the same thing as quoting a fallacy. I can say anyone is projecting. I'd say most Kiwi Farms users are projecting their loserness when they A-log every fucking cringe moment that a lol cow does. I mean, you tell me, guys. Who do you think is cringier? You know, fucking, which, you know, feel free to answer however you like. You don't have to answer.
That's an interesting argument.
The answer I'm giving you. You're allowed to have your opinion, but
who's the real loser, I guess? The clown or
DSP,
the audience?
Redemption, Loser God, or people
I know my answer.
Spend every
go ahead and give
moment
yours.
of their free time watching a guy they hate.
No, projection
and
is just
cataloging it on the internet and discussing
yeah,
it with the
it's
same
kind
10
of
fucking
expected of
losers
sense at
for
this point.
hours. For fucking hours. And I never read this reply. What is it? A Troon Farms more like. Thank you. All right. This guy obviously is you know, tranny or something. So he's getting banned. Here's another one. I love how his smart reserved facade. What are you talking? This is. When have I had a reserved facade? When have I, like, this is the most obvious tourist shit I've seen in my life.
When did you have a reserved facade? You used to be pretty calm, man. Back during the, what was the name of that game? Old Japanese game. Look it up real quickly. Oh, wow. He's got so many streams that I can't even properly scroll down. Oh yeah. All of the early streams, specifically I was remembering, where is it? Is it even on here? No, it's probably on the Synthetic Man Streams channel. Wow. Ah, yes, Monster Rancher. That's what I was thinking of. During the Monster Rancher streams, he was chill. He wasn't freaking out. He wasn't saying anything or doing anything. Same with all the early game streams. I don't know where this revisionist history is coming from. Only his newer audience would believe that.
My life. This better not be Thomas. Maybe it's my brother. Oh, no, never mind. I don't even know how to spell this. Hold on, I'm telling my mom something. Okay, anyway. Since when have I have never been reserved, ever. Almost all of my fucking videos are me raging at a video game. Almost every single one. I don't even, what, and then this is, only Redditors talk like this. This is where he exposed himself. Something doesn't add up here. This is not how people here talk. This is how Redditors talk. I know, I used to use Reddit. This is soy boy, like, you know, man titty, BBC sucking homosexuality. Also, imagine having a 4-digit game played count and having the audacity to call someone a nerd. This is like a Zoomer Redditor or something. What are you? This is not even what the word nerd means. This is, you're thinking of geek. You're thinking of geek. This is like, what's like the opposite of a boomer moment?
Yeah.
You know, it's when like a kid
He actually
doesn't
did take
understand
The
something
Last
an
of Us
old
2
person does.
streams
So
seriously.
millennials are old. They're not fucking old, man.
Oh,
I'm
you're talking about the
28,
videos, yeah.
And you don't understand.
He didn't do
that's
rage bait
not
on
even
those
that
either.
fucking old. I don't know.
Granted, he didn't
Another
actually
guy
play the game, but he
Okay, we gotta
analyzed the
clean this
story.
up. Oh yeah,
He
Dark
wasn't
Horse, yeah,
skipping
this-
over
this one
major
I'm
plot
gonna
points
read
like he
too,
does
'cause
for a
it
lot of
annoyed
newer
me.
games.
What I've learned
And
from
he actually
the-
paid
I
attention.
don't know what this acronym is. I can't think of it. Streams is that Synth has a bad habit of holding down buttons instead of just pressing them right quick, and that's why he was having trouble picking up items. This is not what happened. You didn't watch the stream. You didn't watch it. Those items in the tutorial you can't pick up. It literally happened. Watch. We can go to it. We can go to it. Hold on. Where was it? It was a little bit before this part, I think. Did it crash? No, I changed the NVIDIA settings. That's what I did. Okay, it was right around here, I believe. I had our first computer, we had a huge... Pick it up. Did I pick it up? Okay, it was right before this.
Yeah, Synth has had a lot of
No, you don't.
rainbow moments, let's say. I've cataloged a lot of them.
Yeah, that's all.
I've just got a billion clips. And even though I'm banned now, he can't get rid of those.
You better post footage.
Unless he just kills the stream
Okay,
archive.
that's at the end of it. But you get the point. I'm picking up this shirt. Oh, but it won't add it to my inventory, right? Ah, shit. So in the tutorial, you just can't add some items to your inventory. We figured that out later. I don't feel like going around the timestamps. But what is clear to me is you paused the VOD, you wrote a comment, and then like 10 people liked it or something? So that's 10 fucking people who didn't even watch the stream and made a comment that was wrong. Yeah, 10. Also, I hate Thomas because he's Satan-loving alcoholic. That's not even true, but I'm assuming you're memeing. He is
Funny
an
you should
alcoholic.
mention that, Larry.
Oh, that's not true. Okay, I think I've read enough comments.
Did you guys see, I learned about it from Carl, but since Spoy of the Sam Hyde crew, what's his name? Nick Rochefort, he got outed, much like a lot of these right-wing types. He got exposed for having tranny porn in his, well, drop-down. Yeah, it was in his little search drop down. I don't know why he would do that on the work computer. But yeah, he exposed himself. I don't know, man. It's crazy. Why is this such a common thing? I don't get it. Oh, Nick Rochefort isn't a right-wing guy. Interesting. He hangs out with Sam and the crew. Well, you guys obviously can tell where my political affiliations land. Or lie, I guess. He'll probably kill the stream archive? Hard to say. I'm surprised he hasn't already. So, if he hasn't at this point, he might keep it up. But yeah, so many of these guys get caught with tranny porn. There was Alex Jones, Nick Rochefort, Wings of Redemption. Who else? Oh, that's right. Nick Fuentes. He's in heat right now. From, the detractor sphere, not from his actual fan base. He's got a bunch of sicko fans there who will sit there and cope, pretend that he's not a homosexual. Pretty crazy. Yeah, that's true. If he kills the stream archive, he can just say whatever he wants, and all the newer people will just believe him at face value. Yeah, Silver Blue. That's something that, man, it just keeps on happening to all the YouTubers I like. ER is one of the only ones left. But Big Bungie, I can't stand the moral fagging. He likes swings for whatever reason. I guess he finds them entertaining. I told him about that whole statement he made saying that the age of consent should be 13, and that wasn't a joke. That was a statement. Let's see. What vid did Synth pin your comment on? It's the Far Cry 5 RNC Size Matters Hinterberg Woke Slop. It's from how long ago? 2 weeks. Pretty recent. It's the 6th most recent stream. Stupid clown was a bundle of sticks. Got doxxed sometime back. Dressed in drag. Oh my god. Why? I don't get it. It's like there's just been this massive infiltration. I mean, I was never a fan of the guy, but the Act Man, he was another one. He pretended to be this gamer bro. Pretended to kind of be leaning towards our side, but, you know, he's defending all the woke slop. He's caught at a gay pride parade. Wendigoon, he's yet another one. I'm totally not right-wing, guys. It's okay. I only cover all of this. Wait, am I thinking of the right guy? What was Wendigoon famous for?
Wendigoon?
Yeah.
He does like horror stuff.
Oh, he does horror stuff. Oh wait, no, it was Metatron I was thinking of. He grifts with
Wendigoon
Chris.
pretty much
Yeah.
no controversy aside from people hating him that he's an outward Christian. That's it.
Yeah. Metatron, he did the grift. He covers almost exclusively Christian lore, mythology, all of the stuff concerning Christianity. Oh, but I'm not a right-wing person, guys. It's totally cool. Hello, fellow liberals. Yeah. I'm sorry, Bemp. I got it mixed up. It was Metatron I was thinking of. Thoughts on Gypsy Crusader? It's a shame. Obviously, I mean, he's akin to Nick Fuentes. He's not okay with my very existence, so that's an interesting little factoid, but he was ultimately helping some people, you know. He created a small community to kind of inspire white people, which I'm fine with. White people should be allowed to exist, obviously, and thrive and do all their own stuff. I don't know if I should be saying this stuff. Might be bad for the channel. But, am I Jewish? No. I'm mixed. But yeah, Gypsy Crusader, he got outed as this basically pedophile. He was trying to get all these kids into his Discord server. Or not Discord server. It was Telegram. He was trying to get kids in his Telegram, specifically little girls. George, you trying to nuke this? I'm not sure how YouTube will treat that word you put there. But yeah, no, there's obviously a difference between, like, a black man and, you know, those types. George, what are you doing? Please. Yeah, Gypsy, he had an interesting arc. TJ has kind of exposed that a lot of the stuff that happened to him early on is kind of manipulated. It's kind of false. So that kind of takes away from it. But he was doing a good thing up until he just completely went mask off with this whole pedophilia thing. I completely forgot about the video. Is he gonna finish up soon?
Never mind, let's read this one too. Synth bent over for the YouTube toucans banning the words "it's over."
Oh,
and a white
for pausing again already. Yeah, Bemp, that's the kind of crazy thing too. Gypsy Crusader, his dad is a Fed, or an ex-Fed rather. I'm not sure if, yeah, because he was supposed to get 10 years or something close to that in prison. And instead, he got, what was it, like a 10-month, 12-month sentencing?
It's time to move over. Whatever. You know what? I'm assuming you're joking, but if it's not a joke, please leave. Please. Yes, I added slurs to the block list. I did. I'm cleaning up chat. I finally decided. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't even see Husky's comment. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, this is the last one. This last one, I forgot. This is one of the most important ones I want to read. Okay. Let me drink some water real quick. Fucking, do I have to add 1984 to the block list too? The timeout, everyone's
Vosh
saying
admitted on stream he's an informant. I'm not surprised. Yeah, Gypsy was trying to get all the chicks he was hooking up
so
with
Husky,
to be gypsies
I'm very
as well.
disappointed in you, buddy. This is kind of a retarded comment. Okay, so I might get banned for this, but I have to say this to clear up my opinion. Okay, Thug said you are a grifter because you chase the algorithm. It's TBC. I don't think you're a grifter. I think it's just the old Syncell don't want the channel to grow bigger because you're bringing in more bundles of sticks. Okay, that's fair. You don't like Souls games anymore. Clearly, you only wanted to make Elden Ring DLC vid for views. Views don't bring you the money anymore. The core chat audience brings you the bags. So this is business, can only be explained, and you wanting to bring more new pay piggies into the chat by staying relevant. And it is replacing the old Syncells. Okay, this is retarded. Actually, let me read the next paragraph because it's part of this too. I think you just want views and new pay piggies to join. I mean, sure, about half of the vid watchers hate you, but the new Zoomers who agree with you might join to give you more tips. This is good for milking super chats, but it makes the old Syncells lose power in terms of what kind of content they want to see. TBH, this is good for you if you just want more freedom in what you want to stream. The vid is like the videos are like mobile game ads to get more chuds to join the Syncells. The new Syncells can financially replace the old Syncells you don't like, so you won't have to worry about kicking out a few pay piggies. Thanks for reading my Alex J game theory. Okay, there's 2 points of this that are fundamentally stupid.
What was wrong with
I'm
what
going to point
Husky
out the
said?
more obvious one.
Seemed
I've
obvious.
been reviewing games I don't want to play for the entire history of my channel, going all the way back to the Resident Evil 3 remake. Do you think I didn't know it was shit when I...
Okay, but the nature has changed, hasn't it? You don't have normies watching your videos anymore. You've completely alienated those people. I'm repeating myself. I'm like a broken record, honestly. I drive everyone crazy with this repetition, but I don't know, for whatever reason history just repeats itself over and over and over and over again. It really is like a flat circle, but yeah. When you're reviewing those games early on and you got normal viewers as well as the Ultra Spurg Synthcell people, you were hitting that audience that might buy the game. You were getting people to possibly not waste money on it. You were actually doing something there. With your newer reviews, no one that isn't some ultra, like, crazy synth fan is going to watch you. Look at your most recent video. Your views are some of the lowest they've been in a really long time. Because it's just your core audience. No one outside of your core audience is watching you anymore. And then, even then, a lot of your core audience didn't watch the video. Typically, for YouTubers that are doing well, their views will be above their sub count by a decent margin. Yours is a little over half of your sub count. That means that you have either a massive amount of dead subs, or that your subscribers aren't interested in what you have to say. Either way, it's not good for your channel. I mean, I just don't get it. How does he fail to understand this? It's so simple. It's... I don't know. Let's hear what he has to say. They're not reviews anymore. They're video essays, more like now. Yeah, I agree. Carl said the same kind of thing. And to be honest, he was never amazing at the review part. He kind of had a cult of personality going on. He was entertaining. He's not really entertaining anymore. Granted, you know, I haven't watched any of his videos or streams in quite some time now, but that being said, even, yeah, he's been on a steady decline for a while now. I still remember during the, what was it? Ah, man. It was one of the game shows, one of the showcases. It was when they rolled out the new Doom games, little teaser trailer, and he said that the game was a Souls-like because Doom guy has a shield and can parry now. I lost my mind. That was just a straight up great games journal take. I couldn't believe it. Outside of Shadow of the Erd Tree video, his other videos for the past couple months are made, you can look at the thumbnails and the gist of, yeah. He also puts a lot of fetish art in his thumbnails. There are still people that'll deny that he's into the femboys, but he definitely likes them. There's no two ways about that. There's also the whole Assassin's Creed Shadow thing. In his stream, the day before he put the video out, he was saying, oh, you know, 4chan's blowing this out of proportion. I don't think it's a big deal. They're saying all these crazy things about Yasuke. I think they're going too far. And then in his video, he goes, oh, Yasuke was a pet. He's... he was a tool. He was a slave. Which is technically historically true. He was a slave. But, I don't know. I'm not big on the whole samurai thing. I don't think he was. You know, I've watched videos because I love history about the whole nature of samurai and how it has kind of been lionized over the course of history. It's not the grand title that it was, or it wasn't back then the grand title that people hold it to now. It was just kind of a warrior who served the Lord. And Yasuke does fit that definition, but he didn't have all of the fancy stuff, and you know, people. It's such a semantic game, and I don't really care that much about it, to be honest. WWE Champions is his... Yeah. Breakers is definitely his WWE Champions. He's kind of, from what I've heard, given up on it, though. I'm not sure if that's true, because he's hardcore addicted to that game. But I did hear that he quit for a little bit because he was just losing. Which is such an excellent just showcase of his mentality. He doesn't want to get good, he just wants, you know, to win. He wants to reap the rewards without putting in the effort. Yeah, it is dumb that Doom Guy has a shield, I agree. But that's the direction they've chosen to go with it. I'm not even really a big Doom guy. Or a Doom guy. Not a big Doom player. I've played, what is it, Doom 2016? I played a little bit of that. It's alright, you know. I like those types of games a bit. I played Metal Hellsinger too. I enjoyed that one a bit more. Even though it was a rhythm game, and I've just, funnily enough, got no rhythm whatsoever. I've made my way through that game. I beat it on hard difficulty, because I just, by default, play games on hard. It's a good time. I would recommend it if anyone wants to get game recommendations. It's oh, that's a good one, Silver Blue. It's a dead game. Swipes card. Wonder what Synth will say next. Who knows? There's no telling. Synth is a Coom guy, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. Big fan of the Doom games. Cool. I don't know, maybe I'll get back to it. Yeah, it's a pretty good pause frame. Synth the Rage Quit Breakers. You know, he's rage quit a lot of games. They choose the worst artists imaginable, really? I don't know. I'm not a metal guy, but I liked some of the stuff in there. Sphere's giving Synth a hand job off screen. Shover. Oh man, I'm not gonna repeat that for the clip, but that's funny. You got me there, PS2. Hey, what's up, Atlas Marines?
I played it and I reviewed it 4 fucking years ago. You don't think I saw that it was getting like 3s and 4s? Same with Last of Us 2. The leak came out a month before the game came out. I knew Last of Us 2 would be dog shit, Husky. I see you, retard, right now. Right fucking now. 4 fucking years I have been reviewing shit games on the channel that I didn't want to play. Elden Ring DLC is literally no different. It's not any different than what I've been doing for 4 fucking years. Like, I'm...
Okay. Your channel is solely about bad games? That's not true whatsoever. I don't know why he tries to do this. If anyone's been around for any length of time, they're going to know this isn't true. Anyone who goes and looks at his catalog now will know it's not true. He doesn't just play bad games. It's not what his channel is about. It's what it's become about. And even then, still not really. Elden Ring DLC, what are you gonna rate it, like a 6 out of 10? 5 out of 10? Even if you give it a 7 out of 10, like you give basically everything else, that makes it above average.
7 days of the week, 7 wonders of the world. Culture is shaped by sevens. Experience the redefining all-electric BMW i7 now.
Bemp, that's the thing. He's not ashamed about it. He pretends to be. He flaunts it proudly to his audience and the world. He has clips all over the internet. It will never go away. It will haunt him for the rest of his days. He's a proud Coomer. Oh, he did give Elden Ring DLC a 6 out of 10. Oh, okay. That's interesting. He can't even really rate the game, though, can he? He didn't play it. He beat, what, maybe like half of it? How far in did he discover the perfumer bottle spam from looking at 4chan. It's so funny that he got so triggered about that too. It's the same way he beat Tears of the Kingdom. He had to look at 4chan and find out about the little, what's it called? Basically the hover bike. Ah, Segway, that's right. That's the name of the device. Hover Segway. And he's the same guy who'll tell you that you didn't beat a game if you looked it up, so, you know, there's that. There's all this stuff. I'm unfortunately a synthetic man encyclopedia. I've been around from basically the start. Alright, that's cool. I like that you're gonna bring all the gold back to the public, Vixus. Not hoarding it like a dragon's treasure. Yeah, it's a shame that he doesn't do retro reviews. I mean, he claims he wants to do them, but I'm not convinced on that. He rarely plays retro games. He plays the ones that kind of blow up. Pre-release, Yellow Taxi was getting a lot of attention. Same with Dread Delusion. He doesn't actually go out of his way to play new games and indie games and all these kinds of things. He just goes for what's popular, which is a strategy for content, sure. Doesn't mean I need to respect it. More chicks like Guinevere? Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, why make a review when you cheese the DLC? That's exactly my point. Oh yeah, the Fuda Ubermensch thing. I made a meme out of that. A little shit post. I really don't like the way this live chat works. It keeps on scrolling without my permission. Yeah, the whole making a retro review thing, I'm not sure if he ever was telling the truth about that. Feels like he just plays them on stream so that he can make money while doing what he was going to do anyways, and then just leaves it at that because he's afraid of tanking his analytics even further. Because he knows he doesn't have the talent or passion to make proper retro reviews. Behind the Steam story about Guinevere, huh? I'll have to look into that. I think don't think I've heard about it. Of course he's never too lazy to play Breakers. That's one of his true loves. LTG would grape synth the way he described in The Great Chase. Yeah. I despise Dale. He's a horrible person, but he's funny. I can admit that. Is synth really against interracial relationships? I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's nearly impossible to tell when he's LARPing and when he's being genuine. Because he dated a black chick in high school. He's simped over Ella Balinska, the first spoken actress, multiple times over. During the 2023 Game Awards, he got really angry that there was not even a romantic implication. It was just a black it was a black guy and an Asian chick playing a game together. And he was angry it wasn't like a white Asian couple or something, which would be explicit, like romance. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not looking far enough into it. Yeah, he freaks out about a lot of stuff like that. Like during Tears of the Kingdom, that guy that Paya has helping her on her farm or whatever, there's zero romantic implications there, and he it's just gotta be the constant porn consumption. He's like, Link's getting cucked on. It was the same thing with it was the exact same thing with Link and Sidon, the Shark Man. He's got clips of him sitting there saying, "Oh, they're gay. They're totally gay, guys. Don't worry. I'm straight. I'm totally straight. You know, ignore the Fuda thing." But he just constantly goes. He does it so many times over the course of that game. Now that I think back on it, he kept on joking about Link being like a little femboy twink. He did it again with whatever the chick's name is, the desert people. I'm forgetting right now. He was saying that their leader is a Fuda who's gonna rape synth. No, that's the fantasy. Rape Link. I don't know, Ben, but I just spent this whole time sitting there explaining how inconsistent he is in his proclaimed beliefs. He got incredibly angry at the most critical reaction thing. Maybe because he knew that would get attention. But he got incredibly angry about the interracial relationships in the Fallout show there, but he's kind of pushed for them elsewhere. It's, you know, pick your poison. He got mad at a black midget girl because a skinny nerd girl said that the tiny black girl could beat him up. When did that happen, Vixies? I remember you showing that in a video of yours. The clip of him talking about it. Yeah, Synth likes black women with white guys. I mean, I don't hate on you. Go ahead, do your thing. Good luck to you. Yeah, there's some Japanese chicks that have those oppa you're looking for PS2. You mean the little midget black girl clip? It's fine. You can keep it. I can't think of a use for it. It's pretty funny though. Yeah, Synth wants the Abby Fuda. Jesus. Yeah, that's the thing that just makes me think he's kind of closeted too. It's already suspect enough that you're into this thing, but he explicitly wants to get railed by it. Yeah, it's been a while since, well, it's hard to say really, since I haven't been to so many of the recent streams, but Synth hasn't been interacting with the chat so much. He used to do it all the time. I don't think he'd be able to handle a black queen. Oh boy. Yeah. He would be... He might get put in a self-defense situation. I don't know how Thomas can sit next to him knowing the Fuda thing. That's a deal breaker for you. Thomas encourages all of his crazy whims. Imagine if his ex came out and said he made her wear a strap-on. The funny business. Synth only knows how to respond to super chats and no normal comments. Yeah, it turned that way a while ago. The only reason he'd read my comments was because I had the blue wrench that kind of distinguished me from chat. Which was, a boon when I was making jokes and a burden when I was criticizing him. Well, not really a burden. I only turned that way at the very end. No, I'm lazy when it comes to that stuff, but screen record. Thomas teases and banters about it. Oh boy, yeah. Tyrone gonna steal some smoke. Yeah. I don't envy that at all. That's gotta have been a big part of the destruction mentally. Synth sat there growing up and was watching these men come in and out of the house. That's gotta have an impact on you. I'm happy my folks are together and happy. They did everything the right way. I'd like to follow their example, you know? Did Synth ever have an ex before the black girl? No. That's why I'm leaving it for a few days. Have time. If you don't feel like it, Thug makes another stream. You can just say so and I'll get them. Oh, cool. Alright, Vixies. I'll consider doing something in the future. I don't know what I'd stream. This is kind of just turned into a chill hangout. Hey, what's up, Giver? How you doing? I'm pretty good, you know. Just been chilling here with chat, shooting the shit. Synth could have broken out the whip. Play Street Fighter 6. Oh boy. I can't lie to you, Vixies. I've been having a lot less fun with the game since Akuma came out. That man is an absolute nightmare. And then playing ranked, it's just Attack of the Clones. You're seeing Akuma, Ken, Jury, Akuma. Maybe a Bison in there. Cammy is pure Akuma fuel in that game. Same with Chun. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I agree, NP, but dating a chatter probably is a really bad idea. Akuma's really good sneed and feed. I don't know if you watched Japanese World Warrior 2, but Akuma won. I forget the name of the player. He's such a meta slave, man. The guy was a JP main before he just swapped to Akuma. Yeah, meta slaves do that. Got pissed on Fight Kid over the same thing, haven't touched it since. Yeah, it's crazy because back when I used to play Street Fighter 4, and I didn't play it seriously, granted. I played a ton of that game, but I never played it seriously. I would always run into different characters when I went online. In Street Fighter 5, I picked up towards the end of the game because I switched to PC, and it became a PlayStation exclusive, PlayStation and PC. I only picked up PC gaming, like, it's been a while now, but it was dying Street Fighter 5 by the time I became a PC player. I mained Armika. She was a ton of fun. But, yeah. I would see a ton of variety in my opponents. In Street Fighter 6, I don't know. I've watched a lot of pro fighting game scene, that kind of stuff. And apparently it's always been a thing with people being meta slaves, but you really feel it in Street Fighter 6. There's so much. I like that one. One from King of Fighters, May I believe. Yeah. My Shiranui is, I think, who you're talking about. Hey, what's up, familiar? Street Fighter 6 have the best thighs. And I can't argue with you. Oh, snap. Yeah, how you doing? Yo, Thug, what are your thoughts on synth? Okay, dating a 18-year-old? Yeah. She's legal. I don't know how Synth would pull that off, but, you know. Thick thighs for life. Dating fan is the worst thing you could ever do. I agree. That is a very good point. What if Synth dated a 12-year-old like Wings? You might like to. There's some clips out there. But obviously that would be morally reprehensible. And criminal. Legally. Not gonna pull a Sneeko in here. Yeah. Yeah. Morals and then legality. Synth should find someone from real life, not use dating apps, and avoid female fans from chat. Yeah, I agree. Completely. I don't know how he pulled that off. He's a neat, but, you know. He'd go for sure. Oh, boy, yeah. PewDiePie's the only YouTuber that managed to pull it off. Yeah, he got out. Have you thought of becoming a YouTuber? I mean, what would I do? I've never been someone who likes the spotlight. I prefer to just kind of blend in and go about my business. You know, this is why I find a lot of the big YouTubers are egomaniacs. They're people who crave that attention, the money, all that stuff. I don't know. It's probably partially just the creative in me, as pretentious as it is being an artist. I never wanted to mix my passions and something you want to make money out of, because it corrupts it. It's gonna corrupt it. And I don't want the things that I love to just become something to try and make money out of. Synth is too self-centered, yeah. It's crazy. I don't know why he's so stingy. He's so stubborn. He can't give people a couple bucks for the emotes he's made, or that they've made for him? Is that too much to ask? You're collecting member money. You're collecting stream donos. You get ad revenue. You get all this stuff. He's apparently never even paid out Thomas or his brother when he's promised to make them, to give them money before. Total meta sheep death, I agree. Good thing I've managed to beat them multiple times in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Hey, power to you. I only play HFTF since I can't play real fighting games. Hey, that's fine. Fighting games are hard. They're really hard. I lapped for hours upon hours in Street Fighter 6. It's the first time I've taken a fighting game this seriously. I'm actually gonna compete in a couple tournaments coming up. I don't know how well I'm gonna do, but, you know. It's a good experience. Go out and do something.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I am finally back. For those who don't know, I recently got my wisdom teeth taken out, so it's been a bit of a struggle trying to make videos. I am barely able to talk.
Hey, look, I hope Synth doesn't do a purge on you guys. You're just sitting in here talking, not doing anything. You guys aren't. I mean, some of you've ragged on him a little bit, but generally speaking, you guys have been pretty tame. Synth wouldn't quit porn if he found a girlfriend. Probably over for him at this point. Yeah, I that was pretty crazy. He would main Yu-Bell. Yeah. I never knew about that. I think I had stopped watching Yu-Gi-Oh! At that point. Synth better hope she doesn't have a good father. Yeah. Imagine Synth watching this stream. I couldn't. The guy can't take criticism. He kind of spurgs out anytime he gets criticized by anyone in any kind of fashion. Oh, he's already getting the Yu-Bell deck together, huh? It's so over for him. Yeah. Synth is just an absolute nihilist. And it's so funny, too, because he constantly criticizes Zoomers and everyone else. He's gone as far as saying, you know, you guys need to do something because people like me aren't going to do anything. You're admitting that you're going to just sit back and try and wait for other people's sacrifice to benefit yourself. Imagine Synth and Sphere being all lovey-dovey on stream while Synth goes on a rant about the superiority Fuda to his whip to chat. I do wonder how far the illusion goes. What would it take to break them out? His mom tried to set him up multiple times. Yeah. They were with single mothers though, so I don't blame him. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of benefits to not being the center of attention. I don't know. I've never craved attention like that to begin with. Oh, that's cool, Giver. Good luck to you. I hope you make it. Imagine beating LTG. Funny you should mention that. During the Street Fighter V days, I went up against one of LTG's little fanboys. They had named himself after him. But Dale, his account was too high of a rank for me to fight him at the time. I was silver going gold. It was pretty early towards the final season. And the guy was named Low Tier God, and then like some numbers or something. Playing Urian, of course, because he has to imitate him in every way possible. And I destroyed the guy. Or am I going to play Sparking Zero? For sure. Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is one of my favorite games of all time. Strangely enough, I played Budokai 1, I played Budokai 2, and then I never played Budokai 3, Tenkaichi 1 or 2. I went straight to 3. I don't know, Bump. Doug Walker, he's good at... He can take some jabs, but I remember... This is pretty cringe, but I used to watch Ralph the Movie Maker back in the day before he lost his mind. Turned into this crazy liberal. And he covered his live-action talk show that he tried and failed to make. And Doug was really bad at taking a joke back then. Maybe he's gotten better now. Who knows? Blonde hair, blue eyed, Fuda Aryan waifu, oh boy. Yeah, Synth is really stuck in his ways. Which is funny because from all the things he's described, I know people who've went through a lot worse than him, and they're a lot better off. It is really his mentality. He's just completely given up. You have to work your way through the BBC disciples to face the final boss. I get blackpilled, but giving up isn't our way. Yeah, you should never give up. Never fully. And it's such, I don't know. It's such a, like, gay fake giving up too. Because you're still here. Not that I'm telling him to, do the obvious there. But you know what I'm saying, right? You're not actually giving up. That's what truly giving up is. Stream snipe him if he tries to PvP. Yeah, sure. I'll fight him in Sparking Zero. I'm almost completely sure I'd win. Synth isn't very good at really any games. Even his nostalgia games that he goes back and plays, he struggles with. I don't know. I still remember back when he played COD multiplayer. He was just sitting there dying constantly, hoping to get carried by his brother and Thomas. You can make a video on how Synth refuses to read Dragon Ball. Yeah. Dragon Ball is amazing. I watched Dragon Ball Z first, and then I watched and read Dragon Ball. It's really good. He should give it a chance. It would also help him with his weird mentality towards Goku. I never understood Vegeta fans. I've never understood it. It's like people who like the asshole archetype. It's never been me. I've always liked the goody two-shoes protagonist character. What was the comment since left to you? Oh yeah, I'll go over to that after I finally stop talking. But damn, bro, Thug did not deserve that. What, getting banned? It's fine. I got over it really quickly. Let's see, what made you identify as a Christian? My family's Christian, but they failed raising me as one until I met my crush in junior high. I was just raised as one. And yeah, I mean, it's good to have those values instilled from when you're young. It really does help you. And it instills all of the morals and values that kind of made me who I am today. I never felt the need to deviate from faith either. I know there are a lot of people that do that. I saw it myself, you know. Going from high school to college, a lot of people kind of vanish. And it's not just because they're going to school and focusing on their studies. They do leave the faith and all that type of stuff. How did we get into talking about wars? I don't know. I kind of liked the Android saga. It's really bad plot-wise if you are looking at the writing, but the spectacle of it's really nice. And I like Perfect Cell. Oh yeah, Vixies. What Akira Toriyama did to Yamcha is just so sad. He was one of my favorites. He also completely abandoned Launch. She's gone. Just never brought up again. I'm not sure if she even appears in Super. Oh, you liked Tien, the Giver? Yeah, Tien's pretty cool. I like him. Oh yeah, I'm mixed familiar too. So, part black, part white, you know. Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin are your favorites? Hey, that's pretty cool. Well, apparently Krillin... oh man, Super is something else. I have never watched it myself, but... apparently, at some point, Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Krillin clash with Kamehamehas, and Krillin is able to hold his own. Krillin, or not Krillin, Tien got to shine more than Yamcha, though. Tien held off Nappa in the Saiyan arc. In the Android saga, he got to hold back Semi-Perfect Cell. And then he just kind of gets dropped. Oh, you mixed two familiar? Alright, that's kind of cool, I guess. Good afternoon, my Octoroon. Super's a disaster, yeah. Tien was the strongest human character, and I became the weakest after Yamcha, which is BS, yeah. Alright, let's see this comment.
As we know, that's very important.
Yeah. The fuck were you playing the other day, by the way? Were you streaming yesterday?
Yeah, I was streaming a new shit game that came out. It's called Flintlock, and it's kinda... It was supposed to be kinda like Dark Souls, but it's not. It's, just, it's garbage, is what it was. Well, it was mediocre. It wasn't, like, actually unplayable.
I gotta change.
Curious. Why won't it let me scroll down?
As we know, that's very important.
Okay, there we go. It didn't even load in properly. What the heck?
Streaming yesterday?
Okay.
Yeah, I was streaming a new shit game.
Pause that. Comments should be, yeah, pinned right here. Alright. Oh, okay. So he just posted that bit, huh? Okay, I already read the first part of that. That's hilarious. I don't know. You guys just want to see Synth's part, yeah? Because this comment's just on my channel. You can find that easily. Let's see. Thugnificent was petty enough to cheat in a no-stakes joke tournament with no real reward for winning. Yes, there is no reward because you didn't actually give one. You lied to your people that you forced to play the game. Husky and... who was the other one? Yeah, Husky and... the other winner are both still waiting. Oh wait, it was Retardicus, right? Yeah. Husky and Retardicus are still waiting for you to play the games that you never actually will. Why? Because he's insecure and thought he could get away with it. I was obviously pissed at Elden Ring. Which is the entire appeal of playing those games on stream. And Larry and Thug thought it was a good idea to annoy me further? What? There was a conversation happening. What do you mean? You were going into some black pill garbage. Larry said you were being lazy. I agreed with him. That's all that happened. I went for a low blow, but it's nothing you haven't already seen me do before, though usually to tourists. I saw the signs of him becoming a future disruptor. Oh man, this is something else. Oh man, let's see. I gotta wipe my eyes. Let's see. At least since last year, but I noticed members of chat liked him, and he usually had funny video suggestions, so I kept him as a mod. Wow, that's the only reason, huh? So I could keep giving you money? Anyways. But the joke about making a "this is how you don't play" was a sign that he was going to continue to annoy me, so I banned him. Let's see. Let's make a few things clear. My YouTube channel is a business just as much as it is a hobby. As much as I'd like to make retro game reviews or talk about a few good indie games I play, those videos get half of the views of my other ones. Money aside, it's painful to work hard on something that ends up being a failure. Well, you know, try harder. I've talked about this multiple times. Oh man, does he want pity for making video game reviews? Synth, what am I saying? Thugnificent has no idea what the word grifter means. I don't know why leftists and brainlets can't do a simple Google research. I'm not deceiving or swindling anyone by using an exploit to win at a game. This is just getting embarrassing, and he's proved. This is getting embarrassing, and proves he's becoming an obsessed Kiwi Farm A-logger. My job is to review popular games, and that's what I did. This is something else.
I'll let you finish reading before I
Let's see. My videos have always been low effort since the beginning. My main improvement over the years has been with the quality of my critique. Really? The quality of your critique? We're going there? Let's not. Watch any of the videos from 2 years ago or more, and it's obvious I've gotten better. Ooh, you're really pushing that button. I've always hated editing and don't trust anyone to edit for me. So no, that aspect of my videos will never improve. Okay. Oh man. If any other long-time stream watchers want to leave over this, feel free. I appreciate all of the support you guys have given. Okay. Have we turned into DSP here? I appreciate all the support you guys have given me, and engaging with chat is a huge reason why the streams are entertaining. However, at the end of the day, I will never meet any of you in real life. Yeah, you'll be stuck in your room. I am not... Oh, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh, man. I lost track of where I was. Oh yeah, right there. I'm not your friends and never will be. Yeah, no, true. I agree that streams are too manic now. It's because I take the bait too easily and now makes people laugh. You purposefully take the bait, and that's... What? Pick a side. But that's just how things are going to go from now on. I also think many of you have become too comfortable using personal details in my life to try to help me. Oh, okay, so I was just virtue signaling to you. I didn't actually want to help you. I wanted to watch you become a lol cow. I wanted to watch you become like LTG, the guy I hate. But recommend videos to you of because he's funny. Oh man. This was funny at first, now it's just sad. At best, it's just weird and comes across like you're trying to stab me in the back for revealing my personal issues? What? This man has some seriously strange interpretations of everything. I know that it's a mistake to share that sort of stuff online, but it's too late now. Doomer Hour is relatable for a lot of people, and it's a shame that the few scumbags are ruining it. I'll probably read this out the next stream, since I figure most VOD watchers have already seen this archive. Oh man, and then this man is just, like, licking his... Oh boy. Okay. Oh wow. Just mentions a bunch of chatters.
With an honest aura. Oh god, it doesn't mince words.
Jesus Christ. Everyone in here is just glazing him. no one is actually... Well, I mean, this is just kind of how things go. That's disappointing, honestly. Yeah. Well, there you have it. Oh, that's quite something. It's so strange how he assumes malicious intent in everything. What's the name of the stream? It's Far Cry 5, Ratchet and Clank, Size Matters, and Hinterberg Volk Slop. Two weeks ago. Yeah, that's... I honestly, I don't even really know what to say to that. I kind of said my piece while I was reading the thing out. It's kind of ridiculous. Let's see, he assumes malicious intent in everything because he simped for Mahler and then he did a hit piece on him and now he's bitter. His other waifus will betray him, yeah. He was really hurt that ER wasn't going out of his way to, like, make a collaboration with him. ER said he was open to it. Reach out to him. That's all you had to do. But no, you're just gonna sit there and be a shitty gay tsundere. ER was fine with collaborating with you, even though he knew Mahler would be upset. Just do it. You fangirl over the guy, just reach out. I don't know. Synth could have apologized to me too, but he's too much of a child to do so. I mean, I get it. I used to have trouble apologizing when I was a kid. Especially if someone was going to be smug about it, but there's no reason to be smug here. Yeah, I know he'll never apologize, Vixies. He had that whole rant earlier in his streaming career where he was saying, "Oh, apologizing never does anyone any good because people on the internet never accept your apologies." Yeah, the mob won't accept your apologies, and even then, not really. There's a portion of the mob that won't accept it because those people were your hardcore fans. Yeah, I mean, what more is there to say about this? I'm kind of conflicted. I don't really feel bad for him anymore at this point because he just keeps on going further and further. It's like, once again, a certain small-hatted group of people that he loves to talk about. He makes these kind of jokes about them all the time. That they can only escalate things, they'll never back down. But that's the same thing he's doing here. The amount of stuff he's said over the years that's just been pure projection is kind of crazy. Yeah, that's another crazy thing about this. Since life hasn't been some arduous task, some crazy journey. He acts like he's Hercules out here completing the... I forget the number, but, you know, the trials that he had to accomplish to attain godhood. He really does think that highly of himself, too. Being too self-serious just always leads to this route, too. Like, I was always fine with the jabs he'd take at me back in the day. Go ahead and make fun of me for the whole Baldur's Gate 3 thing. Hey, I came out, I told you. Frog wife, that's mine. Yeah, Synth does think that he's guts, it's crazy. Ah, yes, the labors of Hercules. That's another interesting thing about Synth. He pretends to care so much about the white race and white culture. He says Fenrir. Maybe you could learn even the most basic stuff about, you know, Norse mythology. I don't know. That's part of why I'm not a crazy fan of Berserk. I find there are a lot of LARPers that, and I know it's not right to discriminate against the actual thing because of the fan base, but you know. I don't know why that made me laugh so much, but that's a pretty good one, Nick Schwab. Yeah, I do agree with you, Vixies. Berserk, and I don't want to sound like one of these, like, hypocritically prudish leftists that simultaneously encourage all of the degeneracy but act puritanical with any fiction. But Berserk has a bizarre amount of like rape in it. Like Guts gets raped several times over. Why does that need to happen? Why is that part of the story? Like I can understand why like maidens would get raped, because that kind of illustrates the dark era and the nature of the world. But why is Guts getting raped? What's up with that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. BG3 was kind of boring. That's alright. I can see why you'd think that. It's very slow, the combat. I played a co-op with some of my guys, some of my IRL friends, and I'll admit, I fell asleep. Granted, that's because it was at the end of a work day. So after... and they would get on late, so it was like 11ish, 12ish that I'd play with them. And combat would take a while, and they'd take their time, because I'd already played the game. I'd already played through most of the story by the time we got a co-op going. So I would fall asleep when they were taking their time trying to figure the game out. No, Boba Fett Guts gets raped by a man, an old man, as a child. I don't know. And a series that I love, I've recommended it to Sin several times over, and he would pretend he would even, he would feign interest, essentially. But Record of Ragnarok is one of my favorite ongoing manga. It got a horrible live action. We're not at that point yet. But no, it got a horrible anime adaptation. Yeah, and I don't know why I watch Berserk videos and all this stuff. I don't like the series, but it does intrigue me. And just apparently the final chapter that Miura wrote before he passed off was the reveal that the Moonlight Child was Griffith all along. So one more FU to Guts. Alright, cool. I'm glad that one more person out there will be reading Record of Ragnarok. I hope you like it, Larry. Oh, they're fused. Yeah, because Griffith wanted his humanity back. I guess I misunderstood the whole concept. Still, it's pretty fucked, you know? Hey, nice. That's 3 potential readers for Record of Ragnarok. I'm glad. I hope you guys all like it. No, I'm kind of running out of stuff. Huh? Oh, let's see. 4. Cool. Enjoy, Giver. Let's see, what do you think of OG God of War's not safe for work minigames? They're rather degenerate, but aren't as bad as BG3 not safe for work scenes. I never had a PlayStation. I didn't play God of War. I could play it now through an emulator, but I do know what you're talking about. That's an interesting question. Yeah, they're probably still not as bad. Oh wait, no, they're not as bad for sure. Because BG3, it has the bear thing. Granted, you have to choose that, but it's still there. The fact that it's there, it's indefensible. Have I read Fist of the North Star? I have not. I've watched some episodes back when I was a kid, but that's about as far as that goes. I still remember, of course, Kenshiro and his technique. That was super cool. It's the kind of thing that appealed to me as a kid. Still appeals to me now. I just have so many things I'm doing all the time. Between work, trying to catch up on anime, reading more manga, drawing, playing video games, going out with my pals. I've actually been trying to learn Japanese too, but I'm putting a pin in that for a bit. Just doing too many things at once. I will get back to it probably next summer though. There's a course that's available that I'm looking into. They're already trying to normalize bestiality. They're trying to do it with pedophilia as well. They already laid the foundations with calling them maps. And the kids transing. Whew. Yeah. Don't tell that to Moist Critical. Can you guys believe that? Oh my god. One of the biggest YouTubers on the platform. Oh, you know, trans kids are fine. I'm A-okay with kids taking HRT and chopping off their genitals. Both are irreversible, by the way. You see the Moist Critical stands coming out. Oh, he was just talking about taking HRT, which is completely fine for kids. Like, what the hell is wrong with you people? Both are irreversible. Yeah. Learning languages is really interesting. I enjoyed the time I spent because this course, they have a trial session that you can do. I went in and I studied with a professor for about an hour. I actually learned a lot in that time. It doesn't sound like a long time, but I got taught a lot, and I actually recorded it, so I go back and listen to it over every now and then. It's really fascinating. Like, I never realized that words in Japanese always end in a vowel. That there's always that vowel sound at the end. Learned a few words. All that type of stuff, but it's nowhere near enough. Granted, it's already better than what they taught me in high school for Spanish. That was completely useless. Oh Jesus, Vixies. I was gonna say I hope that isn't true, but I already know what you're saying is true. It tracks. He loves all the degenerate garbage. And he has gotten mad at chat before that, oh, you guys are just normal fags, you're not you're not down for the Oh man. Yeah, Moist has a ton of subs just because he was early in the game, Atlas. That's really all there is to it. There's a lot of channels like that. Back when I used to watch the Culture War guys ages ago, they'd talk about this this lady, Grace Randolph, I think her name was. She's the most generic movie reviewer of all time, and she has garbage takes on top of that, so you know. There's Chris Stuckman, he's a talentless hack. Basically the most critical of the movie sphere. And now he's abandoned that and trying to make his own movies. Who else is like that? There's a lot. Oh, controversial opinion, yeah. Red Letter Media, those guys are hacks too. I saw a video thumbnail. Apparently, Mahler and the boys have turned on RLM, but, you know, I was hating on those clowns before it was cool. Because they've been just going crazy, sucking off Disney Star Wars for whatever reason. When they built their name, crapping on the prequels. Oh, I hate everything. I forgot about that guy. I used to watch his channel too, way back in the day. And then I heard, I didn't even watch it myself, but I just heard about his horrible Last Jedi take. That, oh, you guys, what was it? Oh man, it was, I remember it was just the most pathetic fanboy defense. Oh, you guys just want to hate things, or something like that. When his channel was named I Hate Everything, he made his name off of hating things. Yeah, Larry, it does seem like Synth has something of a mother complex. Like, he's gone in depth talking about that a few times over, and I think he's speaking from personal experience. His mom is the archetypical, like, boss girl, boss babe, whatever you want to call it. She's the strong, independent woman who don't need no man. That's gotta warp your mind. Yeah, yeah, he talked about that when I showed him the Americana video. Forget the name. Something about Zuko. Will the stream VOD be up? Yeah, I'll keep it up. I don't care. What can he do? Ban me?
I can put an end to on your niggas, deal.
What was Synth going on about in the past? Had wars over sex. Oh yeah, that's during the fall of our great leader Cobain. He was basically trying to say that struggling to remember the way he put it. He was basically saying that most men were just getting cucked. He was trying to say that as opposed to the more logical explanation that, you know, the early mortality rates. I literally said all this earlier in the stream, but it's cool. You probably weren't here. There's early mortality rates, obviously wars, famine, starvation. No, I said the same thing twice there. Famine and starvation. Sickness. They didn't have modern medicine. Oh wait, did you just see? Was that Kolaz? Yeah. Yeah, Kolaz does some really good streams. You guys should check him out if you're into the whole reaction type content. If you're not, then he's just got some really good...
I've always been your strongest soldier. Why the fuck?
He's got some really good normal videos. Oh, Cobain got banned for being too religious for synth. He didn't want people to think that he was like that. He was arguing with synth about the origins of homosexuality. Cobain was arguing that gay people are... they choose to be gay, whereas Synth was saying they were born gay, which there's no evidence for. That's the thing the woke lefties try and push. I don't know why Synth held that position, but, you know, he holds a lot of contradictory positions.
Oh shit, I've already seen it. Hold on, wait, I don't remember it.
Enzuko, why don't you sit down, relax, and enjoy some lolly pornography?
My uncle in Christ, I've converted to orthodoxy. I'm not about that life anymore.
Nonsense, young Jit. It's as I always say, smoking weed, eating Cheetos, and masturbating can turn a corny nigga into a trap star.
God damn it, Uncle! I need to conquer 3 days of nofap so I can restore my honor and be invited to the Fire Nation smoke sesh.
You hate on the Kanye grind set, yet you get 0 bitches.
Uncle, you don't understand. I get 0 bitches by choice. I dedicated my soul to Russian Orthodoxy because I'm based.
By choice? Nigga, you converted the orthodoxy for a mommy-down trad girlfriend. Yet this simply is a fabrication of the pornography underneath your bed.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Like, the fucking, even conceptually, the idea of mommy, dom, trad girlfriend, this is so fucking stupid. This is exactly like the anime girlfriend thing I was just talking about. Like, okay, you know what, you want to talk?
Oh yeah, I just remembered too with this clip going. Synth is admitted to having some weird... Oh, I guess it's not really weird. No, it is kind of weird. He has a lactation fetish. Like, that milk is meant for children, not grown adults. Something told me... Blah. Choking on my own tongue here. Something tells me if our boy, if he worked at Blizzard, he would have been one of those guys hitting up that fridge. That fridge. Stealing the breast milk.
About a mommy dom GF. You ever heard of a man called Mumkey Jones? You ever hear about before the feds showed off his videos? A little bit of a drop.
Oh, sorry, I missed your comment here, familiar. Let's see, how paused do you think Synth is? His Foodolust shows signs of being paused. I don't fully recall what paused means, but yeah, Synth, he's got a lot of weird takes on things, to say the least. You know? There's the whole obvious thing. Cobain got banned over their disagreement on homosexuality. He pretends that he's not okay with the escalation of the degeneracy, but simultaneously he's talked about bestiality positively, fictional or not. Still, that's horrible. It's deplorable. That's why I can't defend BG3 for it. It's a thing that's there. It doesn't matter that it's optional. Yeah, no, the whole breast milk thing, that's not... That's one of his tamer fetishes. Which isn't a crazy thing to say, even. It is weird how many absurd things he's into while... I'm right there with him in that camp, but the whole foot thing, he goes really hard on foot people, but he's into all of this crazy crap. Oh, you want to see some low tier god ammo? I don't know, maybe after this.
Drama happened with his mommy Dom GF. He basically pissed off all his fans. I don't remember the exact details, but the point is, his girlfriend was like the breadwinner and did not respect him on any level. I believe he even said she laughed at him when he tried to take charge during sex. You don't want that. You don't. I mean, some of you maybe are, you know, a little too far down that shit, but here are some you should watch. The Big OG. I just said don't throw me anime, and then I didn't just say it, but I said it like maybe 10 minutes ago now. But I said stop sending me all this anime. I'm not gonna watch all this shit. But the point is, you can look into Monkey Jones shit. I don't remember perfectly. It happened years ago, but you know, he fucking pissed off all his fans because of like some girl shit, and he like cheated on the chick, and it's been years. I can't remember. I might actually watch a video on it now. But the point is, he ended up pissing off all his fans. Cheated on Mommy Dom GF, probably because of the incident I just told you. But he was living with her, if I remember correctly. He was living in the woman's house. So, I'm just saying, you don't want that. Uncle Iroh is correct, as always. As always.
I can put an end to this right now and teach you how to pour a double cup of lean.
Fine, just put the hentai away before nigga bust all over the sheets.
Chicago nigga.
Oh, he really likes that
Flow
one.
of Wonka. A combination of choline parenthesis on your system coupled with giving Fen Presents the drunk hoes at the function will bring you things you never imagined.
You mean you could teach me how to get some pussy?
Where do you think I got this lean belly from, nigga? After you seduce that hoe, bend that bitch over, let's like this. I be on my OG shit, nigga. Finger.
Yeah, but that was the whole thing. Basically just him going into depth on the whole mommy dom thing. He's done it on other streams too, but this is the one I remember. I don't know if you guys want to finish watching this clip, but, you know, Colaz, Americana, these guys are pretty funny. Yeah. I don't know if Uncle Iroh could motivate Synth out of his neatdom. Let's see.
So like most of the
Hey, Vixies, you mad lad? You uploaded something while the stream was going.
So like most of the black kids weren't even in the same classes I was in, but a couple of them were. So one of the ones I really didn't like, this girl who was like a midget, by the way. She's like 4 foot. She's probably like 4'10", 4'8" or something. She was tiny. And so that context is needed for the next part. So I didn't like this girl at all because she was just kind of a bitch for no reason. So I'm talking to the tall, skinny girl who likes me. But she basically said like, oh yeah, that girl could beat your ass or something. And I was so insecure that actually hurt my feelings like really bad. And I did not want to talk to her. Like my ego was destroyed because she said like a tiny black girl could beat me up. And I was just like, fuck you, I never want to talk to you again.
I forgot about that. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm not signed in on this. Well, I can't show that publicly. I don't know how to hide that either, so I'll have to stay signed out. Yeah, Larry, he's into stuff other than, stuff worse than Fuda, he said. I'm gonna be honest with you, I think he's into the cuck garbage too. He seems to at least feel some shame about that one. He's made cuck jokes a ton. He's made quite a few. He's also made thumbnails about it, and as we've seen, he'll throw his fetishes into his thumbnails. Not even Goku could save Synth from his degeneracy. Unfortunate. Synth, make a Coomer comp. Oh yeah. I'm actually working on that. That's one of the ones I'm doing. I've already done the thumbnail, I just need to actually put all of the clips together. There are just so many. And I keep on remembering more. Yeah, I don't know, Amon. He has said he's ashamed, but if you keep on pushing this stuff in the face of your massive audience, are you really that ashamed of it? I just have to kind of question that. Oh, interesting. Dale isn't streaming tonight. Hope you make a million videos. I hope you make a million views. Hey, thanks, Vixies. The old Ricada liner. The synth cells have fallen. Yeah, it is pretty sad. I was one of the more active mods. I was basically always there, even up until the point where I left, or got banished, really. I liked talking to chat. It's really weird that I was going out of my way to entertain chat and synth stream, but you know, I don't know. Yeah, his brother knows, his closest friends know. Attracting Troons to the Sincel army. He was doing quite a bit of that. He still has one. Trans conservative waifu. He banished Natalie, because that one was actively trying to convert his audience. Speaking of, I wonder if Dead Domain is still making that video on him. Oh, did economically subsidized yeah. Why am I struggling to speak? But yeah, economically subsidized insanity. Did he vanish too? He was an interesting one. I never understood why Synth was so hard on chat. There were a ton of times where he would go out of his way to crap on wages, and I would tell him, why are you doing that? Regardless of what chat tells you, you realize that most of the people in here are bound to be wages, right? That's just the way it is, based on your audience. It's mostly Americans. And the average American adult has about $500 in their bank account, and they live paycheck to paycheck. That's just the reality we're living in right now. Yeah, I called Synth out on that too. He's a neat making fun of wages. He's got twofold protection though. His audience donating to him, and Mommy Dearest housing him, feeding him, clothing him, washing him. Well, maybe not washing him so much. He's really greasy. Oh, GameSense accidentally banned Insanity, huh? Yeah, it's really bad all over the place. The American economy affects the whole world because of this whole global homo BS. And we're in the shitter, so a ton of other countries are feeling the impact. I don't think Synth is lurking. He's an egomaniac, but he's probably off either gooning or playing breakers or something. We need to save Synth from Sphere Hunter. I think we're 16 years too late for that. No, I don't think the stock market's gonna crash. It's crashed. It had a small crash, but it's one of those things that's artificially held up.
For the stock market to truly crash, it would need levels of external influence that won't be allowed, especially in the current age of technology.
Yeah, he's a very different person in those older VODs. To this day, his Last of Us 2 review is still my favorite video on his channel, because he was incredibly genuine in that. There's an authenticity that you can't quite fake, and he had it in that. It's completely gone now. Yeah, I've seen the news over in Britain. Things are getting crazy. Yeah, that's a sad thing, Amon. Fame does get to people. Most people. Money, cocaine, and Sphere Hunter? Yeah. Yeah, that's aside from the whole popularity thing, that's one of my points I was making about when he was he's trying to play both sides of the coin here. He's trying to say it is and isn't about money at the same time for his channel. They can't coexist. There can only be one primary motivation. And it's clearly money for him, which has influenced the way he makes videos and the way that the videos he chooses to make. Like, look at his Stellar Blade video. It's nuts. He tries to call it a good game, but he can hardly say anything good about it. He genuinely does not like the game. You could tell that on stream, too. Aside from sitting there and cooming when he saw the Lolly character, he he just had nothing to say about it, really, aside from complaining. He also makes a bunch of contradictory points, saying it's too easy and too hard at the same time. He refuses to admit that it's not a Souls-like, so he calls it a Souls-light. Because he can just never be wrong in his mind. Oh, that's true, Havel. In that video, he also alludes to his whole Fuda addiction. He specifically tilts the camera to Eve's crotch and says he needs a little something extra. Hey, man, if there isn't sausage in that sandwich, Synth doesn't want it. Yeah. The whole banning spree, that started with Tomb Raider. The deleted Tomb Raider stream, that is. Because he went absolutely off the rails. I think Cobain was the first to fall in terms of significant bans, but that was the dam breaking, so to speak. I also found it really pathetic how he was crying so much about bots in his Fallout video. I looked through that comment section because I was curious and I didn't see any bot responses. There were no... Because I've seen these bots before. They're very obvious. It doesn't matter that they're slightly evolved. They say the same kind of things over and over again. It was a ton of Redditors that invaded his channel. That's all it was. And he was just crying because they didn't agree with him. It's funny too because simultaneously he was calling Maximus in the show, and don't get me wrong, I don't like the Fallout show whatsoever. It's horrible. I was actually disappointed in Synth because I thought he was too light on it, but he wasn't light on it due to any reasonable kind of cause. He was light on it because he was just being lazy. But he called Maximus a pussy-ass bitch for crying when he was... Basically, his head was seated in the little window for the guillotine. He was about to be executed, and he started crying. Meanwhile, Synth, he cries over just being called DSP. He does this a lot too, and he likes to backtrack and say he never portrays himself as a Chad, this, that, and the other. But again, in that same review, I don't know how many of you guys have seen Man of Steel, but he was pretending that if he saw a nuke drop, he would be just like the weirdo Kryptonians that would just look at the end of the world and do nothing, completely emotionless. He wouldn't run. Yeah, Zerg, I did get banned for a DSP joke. That's ultimately what happened.
No, Matt, didn't you read since 5 paragraphs? You guys got banned because I can't even remember what his BS reason was.
I don't know how he watched the Fallout show with his mother either. All the degenerate garbage in there. There's several sex scenes. How did he sit there with his mom and just... Well, I guess that plays into that mother complex, doesn't it? According to him, his mother watches gay porn on Netflix. Oh my god. I believe it. I still remember when she showed up on stream for the first time and chat had Synth ask her about her whole beliefs about the male-female dynamic in the modern dating scene. And I was expecting the cringe response, and she went right down that exact road. Word for word. A good little talking head trained by the feminists and CNN journalists. Where's the clip of his mom? Yeah, it's archived. I don't remember what stream it's from. I can pull it up for you guys. I've got the clip. Oh, okay. Oh, it's from the Hell Pie stream.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, share clip. Let's go to full video.
Chat, what do you think about that? Here, I'll bring you up on the computer so I don't have to keep looking down all the time. Chat, what do you think about that? Excellent opinion.
Oh, it's too far forward.
Could you ask your mother what she thinks of the modern woman?
Oh, never
What do you
mind.
think?
There it is.
Yeah, they can hear you. I'm pretty sure.
I think the modern woman.
You might have to get closer. I have a noise gate on this. Here, I can adjust the noise gate if there's any other comments you'd like to.
My idea of woman is over 30. Guys is probably more in their 20s. So
Oh,
it's
whoops.
not the same.
Might have to miss. Oh, I just.
How is he so bad at this? He's been streaming for a while at this point. Granted, I'm not some top tier streamer. I've heard how bad the audio is at some points.
I'll set it back up later. Let's see. I'm not opening up to callers like it's a radio show, guys. Sorry to disappoint you. Yeah.
Tell them it would be cool.
They were saying hi, synthetic mom, or something like that. Yeah, the audio was cutting in and out because I turned up the noise gate, not down by accident. Yes.
I'm doing domestic things.
Yeah, they can see you.
I'm sorry.
Is that sorry? Why? Just because you're doing stuff?
The modern woman has to bring home the bacon and fry it up in the pan, and I think that's bullshit. You men better get your heads out of your ass and become men again.
No women cook. You know it. Don't even pretend.
I cook.
Yeah, no modern women. We're talking about modern women, remember?
No, you're talking about women who are in their 20s.
Exactly.
As soon as they get older and have kids, they cook.
Women over 30 are like they have 10 cats. They're not married.
No, they don't.
Read some articles. Google some articles about women complaining about being alone. There's a lot of them.
That's because the forums you guys
Synth looks kind of like a thumb right there. What the hell?
Alright, tell your
Is your mom really Italian? Because my dad is tan as fuck. Yeah, no, we're pale Italians.
Yeah, she's in her 50s.
Very pale.
Tell them where I was born.
Yeah, she was born in Naples. So.
Italy, not Florida.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no shit. I mean, I don't know. Do people think of Naples, Florida? Okay, well, you know. Femme sells for Christ.
And sells for Christ.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Yeah. How drunk are you? Not anymore. I've sobered up by now. Thankfully,
Tell them your mom's torturing you, making you walk. Let's go.
she's making me walk with all the people, the scary people in Virginia Beach. They know. I told them I was at Virginia Beach. Well, I told them at the beginning. I guess I haven't.
You're not just in Virginia Beach. You're
Holy shit! It's been 6 hours. God.
See?
No wonder people were saying he's still going.
Go. See ya. Come by.
All right. Yeah, I gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah. Goodbye, guys.
Yeah, so that's the Synth Mom cameo. It's such an interesting position, isn't it? He's afraid to shave his head, but he refuses to do anything to upkeep his hair.
Doesn't make a joke about, oh, his hair will be upkept when it's all fallen out. Dang, dang it. Get back here.
Hmm. He refuses to do anything to help his hair. He's got that it's over mentality. Yet simultaneously wants to hold on to it as long as possible. They're contradictory positions, but that's Synth in a nutshell. Yeah, sure, I'll stream in the future. I don't know what I'll do. But this was cool hanging out with all you guys. There's nothing wrong with being bald. He's just got a bad head for it. I don't know, anything else you guys want? No, headed out, Amon. Have a good night. Or morning, afternoon, whatever time you're in.
Damn it, I'm still 2 behind. You beat me.
Isn't his dad bald? Yeah, he said his dad's bald. And he's got bald genetics on his mother's side, too. So he's basically screwed, either way. He's already balding, you can see it. Oh, Klaus Mystery did something? What'd he do? He's always been just kind of a funny, trollish guy. No, since dad has never been on. He has an interesting relationship with his father. It's clearly quite strained. He's expressed disdain for him for not being there, which his dad can't help. It's not fair to hold him like that. His mother and father divorced when he was young. You know, some of the fatherless traits are clearly there. He's really feminine in a lot of his kind of behaviors. Claw's history is hated by Griffin mods. Exposed as a lolly lover. Oh. Lies about being in the Mexican cartel. Doesn't like you either because I called him out on Griffin stream. Oh. Wasn't his dad part of the military? He said he was, but he also said he did some other thing as well. I don't recall. Good feminine traits like learning to read, yeah. It's funny, during that whole Fuda Ubermensch rant that he went on, that whole tirade, he was playing, what's the name of that game? I've forgotten already. It's such a shame. It's last thing that Akira Toriyama probably worked on. Sandland, that's right, it was Sandland. And there's this character named Thief that appears on the screen, and his name is plastered on the dialogue the whole time. And a good 5-10 minutes later, Synth goes, "Oh, his name is Thief? That's crazy." He doesn't read. Yeah, I know Sandland is an older manga, but he worked on the game as well, no? I assume he had some kind of directorial influence on it. I didn't know it had an anime, though. No, you might be right, Vixies. I'm just making an assumption. Synth is very lazy when it comes to reading. There's so many times where he'll ask chat a question because he's too lazy to read, or he skipped the dialogue in a sequence. He's also kind of blind sometimes. I've got several examples of all that stuff too. This is part of the problem, really. I'm working on too many videos at the same time. I should really just focus on one, finish it, do another. That's the way I started, but I don't know, I just, the creative bug kind of bit me, and I've just been trying to do everything at once. Yeah, that is what I should do, Vixies. That's the funny thing, too. I know what I should do, but I just kind of, I'm not doing it. That's kind of how most people operate. Synth isn't exclusive to that. The thing is, I do this for the love of the game. Synth does it for a job, so I think I have a little bit of leeway there. Especially with all the hours I work. Hey, good night, Atlas. Founding fathers of the Synthel Rebellion. Let's start the first great Synthel War. I'm down. This is our little Horus Heresy.
But you're saying that you're on the evil side?
No. I guess that analogy doesn't quite work, does it? Unless Cobain makes a return. Then he could be the God Emperor. I guess I'd be sanguineous, which means my days are numbered. I would like to see what Cobain's up to. He was a cool guy. I never liked that he got banned. Dark Side of the Kuma satire on Sith-Lore. That sounds glorious, Fixies. Yeah, I don't know, your stuff is always great, though. I still remember shortly after Cobain's banning, let's see. Oh, cool. Can't do it there. Oh, wow. Okay, I have to sign in for this. Lovely. That's hopefully not on stream while I show off my login credentials. This isn't working. Why isn't it working? Let's see. 5 songs, couldn't come up with 5. So I gave up. Oh, okay. Oh, now it's working? Seriously? Alright, let's hide that for a moment. Oh, it'll only work when I have it showing. That's great. I like that. Oh yeah, so this in honor of Cobain.
Have you carried off with... If you're going to evolve with time, your mind also has to evolve. And instead of doing that, you stayed in one boxed-in area. Not even an octagon with 8 sides. You're just 4 ways. At the end of the day, you're just another basic-ass nigga in America. And for that, wholeheartedly, I'm gonna have to crack your gym, pull your wrench. My bad, a wrench. Have you carried off with black cloaks? Hand rocks the Saturn stick. I don't even want to look at what they're gonna do to you. I just snap my fingers a couple of times because that's a secret command. They're gonna take you into a dark room, undress you, ass naked. All I hear is screams. Hearing shreds of clothes ripping off. I hear lube being squirted out of a bottle. The Saturn stick. I hear Rocks enjoying himself, lubing it up. I hear Rocks comes back out. Asks me, do I want to watch? I said, absolutely not. I can't. Usually I sit in my throne, but today it's a different day. And next thing you know, I hear screams and grunts. And this is just how I'm visualizing it, because clearly this is what's going down. They got you tied up, and I just hear screams and grunts. And all I can picture is the Saturn stick slowly but truly going up your ass, and there's nothing you can do about it. You're like, help me! I'm sorry! And Rox is gonna twist it, right? Force it, twist it, force it, jab it up to the point where you're just tapping out. You know, they say men that are gay bust nuts out of their ass, so regardless of how much pain it is, you're orgasming out of your anal cavity. Hold on, you don't sound like that. You're foaming at the mouth. Just twitching, fucked up. You don't understand why you busted nuts. You don't understand why you ejaculated after getting the Saturn rod put up your ass, and it's got your fucking mind fucked up. All you're seeing is colors. You busted the best nuts of your life because you didn't realize that the Saturn stick could do that. You're just twitching, fucked up, right? I have my cloaked members take you to the cliff that's on the outside of the manor. You're still ass naked, foaming at the mouth. Nut dripping probably from your fucking penis tip, right? Because you can't believe you busted nuts from a Saturn stick. And they take you. It doesn't take that much manpower to swing a nigga like you off. Take you. And I'm just sitting there in the dark with a hood over my head, watching as they swing you. they're just taking you. I give the signal. They toss you off the cliff, and your naked body splashes into the waterfall as if we were watching Black Panther. Now, Shin Black, get that ass banned, bitch ass nigga. You will never be seen here again, coon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically what Synth does is he banishes everyone. It's funny how many traits he has in common with all of these locals, though. Because LTG's the same kind of way. He treats his audience like complete garbage, and they sit there and they pay him for it. Not much, obviously. Alright, good night, familiar. Night NP. Yeah, feel free to take off, guys. I'll send you the song when I'm done editing the lyrics, and since it's hard to understand AI. Alright, I'm looking forward to it, Vixies. Yeah, encroaching on 5.5 hours. I think I'm gonna at least try and hit the hay. I'm not feeling particularly tired, but I don't know, it's kind of odd. Yeah, I've got a kind of bad feeling about that, to be honest. I feel like Synth might come in here and... Oh, good night, Wobbuffet. I feel like Synth might come in, well, not Synth himself, but he'll send one of his acolytes to come in. They'll list off all the names, tell him, have him ban all these people. I don't want that for you guys. You should feel free to, or not feel free, you should be able to freely go and watch his stuff if you want to. It's really strange, though, thinking back on that whole crazy essay that he wrote about me. He kind of shifts the definition of grifter based on whoever he's talking about. Is it not grifty that he's trying to portray himself as this guy who's like, with Nerdrotic and all of them, he talked about how the Fandom Menace and the Geeks and Gamers crew and all that, they avoid talking about racial criticisms of movies and media. Yet simultaneously, Synth, even though he's said a bunch of outlandish stuff, he doesn't want to be known as a racist guy. I remember he went on some tirade. Oh, you know, I'm not racist. If you think think I'm racist, then that's fine, but I'm not, blah blah blah, all this stuff. Why are you so afraid of that label? You've criticized the other guys for that. It's the same thing with his fans saying he's not grifting off of using the most popular thing at the current time with the Elden Ring DLC. Asmongold, the Critical Drinker, Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, Critical, the Act Man. If any of these guys did that same thing, they'd just call it a grift because they have no genuine interest in it, and that'd be correct. But Synth is the same way. He had no genuine interest in the Elden Ring DLC. I wouldn't go that far, Ragnar, but it's not the worst thing you could be. There are a lot more bad things. Certainly makes for a lot of funny jokes. I don't know, Giver. I said it earlier. I think that Synth, he's he kind of pretends to be this ultra edgy guy at this point too, because he keeps going, "Oh, guys, I'm gonna get banned. I'm gonna say this and get banned." He makes sure he just toes the line and never crosses over it, because he doesn't want to get banned. In all actuality, he said that he wants to before. That's a lie. He wants to maintain the status quo. You know, that's fine, Ragnar. And I always get annoyed at these streamers doing this kind of thing. You have made an absurd amount of money, yes, but you didn't earn it. You were given that money. It was it was charity. Interestingly enough, it's not something that the person who gifted it to you can write off. It's technically paying. Yeah, him getting banned would actually be a step in the right direction for him, honestly. It's the only thing that could really help him. If he lost his channel, he would be forced to interact with the outside world, to some degree. And it would help break him out of this black pill spiral that he's been in for over a decade. That's true, he would just jump to another streaming platform and try and survive there. He wouldn't be able to do it on Twitch. He can't restrain his mouth. He'd drop some F-slurs and be banned. I guess he'd have to run to Kick or one of the other ones. Yeah, Rumble. Which one is it? I don't remember. It's either Kick or Rumble. The edgier you are on there, the more you grow. They're not as profitable, though. Unless he gets a deal, which is highly doubtful. Just woke up, you MF. What's up, thug? Hey, Jeff. What's going on, man? I mean, I guess you just told me, but good to see you. Yeah, I'm shocked that he got more ads after. I guess Raid never found out that he just completely shat on them after the ad. Same with HelloFresh. I don't know why anyone would want to work with him after he just completely bashes the things that he's advertising. That was another weird one. I just remembered that. He declined this really high quality ad for... Or high quality ad. He declined an ad for a really high quality... Dang, what was it called? I don't remember the specific name, but it was essentially audio equipment. It was... like noise cancelling, some kind of noise cancelling tool equipment thing. It's like padding that you put around your room. I don't know the specific name for the product, but he declined that because they were going to give him the product for free, which was worth $500 at least, from what I remember that he said. And he was saying they need to pay him in money. And he was saying before anyone says it, yeah, I'm not going to just buy or do the thing and then sell the products because that would be too much work for him. I mean, I'm not surprised, though. This guy is... He's one of the laziest people I've ever seen. And he's got... I don't know if it's self-induced or if he actually has some issues, but... that story that he had a panic attack about having to work a basic job for, like, a week. That's so pathetic to me. Urban exploration live stream. You want him to get killed. Oh, I've almost been gone for 6 hours. Oh, it's rendering already, wow. Yeah, never forget, Giver. It's not about the money, though. Gotta go to sleep. Have a good one. Alright, cool. Have a good night, Zerg. $28. Well, according to one of the guys in Discord who looked up Synth's info based on his docs, he's possibly 30 already. And if I don't recall, that docs was last year that he looked up. So he could be as old as 31. Not that it really matters. 3-year difference. Yeah, his brother did make fun of him for saying he didn't have a real job with YouTube. Because he doesn't, to be honest. Oh no, they didn't dox him. Not technically. Synth doxed himself, and he's done it twice on stream. Because he's, not the sharpest knife in the cupboard. How do you know, Jeff? Yeah, he's an interesting character, to say the least. Not a good one, but an interesting one. Let's see. Have anything else for you guys? Oh, that'd be a fun little moment.
Anyway.
What the? Ah. The hell did I just do?
Says Boogie Nights on it.
Is that before or after? This thing doesn't quite do what I want it to. Before. Okay, that works.
I almost kind of want to do that, but at the same time, I don't want to. I don't want to like, give money to it.
Oh, cool. You sent it already, Vixies.
He needs some serious fucking help. But anyway, got Crescent for $2. So we are Fuda, yes or no? Absolutely fucking not. That's gay shit. Kilo Tanaka for $3 Australian. Says the gender with he says rat lesbian rat queens are real.
Ah, yes. So the story behind this funny little clip. Synth was desperately trying to get ER's attention during the stream, and he wanted to know his thoughts on Fuda, because his favorite YouTuber needs to agree with him on his degenerate fetish. And he couldn't get through to him. He didn't see him in the chat. So I super chatted it to him, you know, back when I was still a sentinel of synth. And this was his response. Yeah, and then you can see Synth over in the corner there, lamenting the fact that ER isn't with him. All right, cool. I got it already, Vixies. Yeah, you guys want to see it? Yeah, sure. Oh wait, I just thought about this. Is this gonna get this VOD taken down? I'll play it anyways. I'll just cut it from the re-upload if I need to.
People in the chat constantly troll. Hey, Lord, let me go so I won't have to masturbate. Make a foot on with a big cushy as make her subservient to me about the sass. Make her teeth hang at least 2 inches off the floor. When she comes in my ass, you know I'll be coming for more. This is the end. I've been exposed. This is the end. I've been caught long nosed. Lord, nigga, please help me this time. I want a futo girl. Now that ain't a crime. Chat trying to hook me with tunes. Artistic dump trucks. Chill feelings end is now coming. My 30s are close. Gotta make money and enlarge my nose. This is the end. I've been exposed. This is the end. I've been caught long nosed. Lord, nigga, please help me this time. Like that ain't crime. Please, Lord, at least 9 inches. I beg you, my nigga, don't let me end up like Christian. Oh no. Do-do-do-do. Ooh. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Please help me this time. I want a future girl. Now that ain't a crime, please, Lord, at least 9 inches. I beg you, my nigga, don't let me end up like.
Vixies, this is way better than it has any right to be. That's actually incredible. That's actually just a good song. I could listen to that even without the whole troll song context.
Huh? Oh, I thought it was on here.
Yeah, it's really bad, Nick. Synth, he's admitted as much several times over. He goons himself to sleep every night. No, that's cool, Vixies. One is more than enough. And if you want to make more, then power to you. I'm just honestly impressed. Yeah, I'm sorry to have to be the one to explain this to you, Ragnar, but it's basically just non-stop cooming. That's what it means. Like the dopamine in Synth's brain, it's got to be completely fried. The dopamine receptors, rather. You should make your own AI generated music. It's easy. Really? I'll give it a shot. Why not? I've got nothing to lose. That's just my understanding of it, Nick. This isn't a world familiar to me. This is what I understand from Synth's old chats. Yeah, that does sound pretty simple, Vixies. I've got no idea when I'm gonna stream next. Maybe on Sunday? Because I'm working through the rest of the week. Oh, it's been a genuine pleasure, guys. Just sitting here kind of shooting the shit, talking. But I'm gonna check out. Have a good night, everybody. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't see your message there, Vixies. You want me to play that before we end things off? Alright, let's do it.
Dinner is over, but you're still not done. I see these plates and cups stacking up. You better finish all of your work, or dessert is really gonna hurt in this kitchen. Bitches do dishes, do the dishes, bitch do the dishes. In this kitchen, in this kitchen, in this kitchen. Bitches do dishes. Baby, I'm trying to eat this pork, but I can't even find one clean fork. If you don't make it clean and spiffy, I'll take your ass to Spatula City. In this kitchen, bitches do dishes, do the dishes, bitch do the dishes. In this kitchen, in this kitchen, in this kitchen, bitches do dishes. Step one, hold your tongue and grab a sponge. Step two, you grab a mop and a broom. Don't stop till the kitchen is spotless. I expect you to do it topless. In this kitchen, bitches do dishes, do the dishes, bitch do the dishes. In this kitchen, in this kitchen, in this kitchen, bitches do dishes. Step one, hold your tongue and grab a sponge. Step two, you grab a mop and a broom. Don't stop till the kitchen is spotless. I expect you to do it topless. In this kitchen, bitches do dishes, do the dishes, bitch do the dishes. In this kitchen, in this kitchen, in this kitchen, bitches do dishes.
Kind of reminds me of the Boondocks with the Pimpin' M Slickback. Don't worry about it, Silver Blue. If there's some kind of issue, I'll just fix it in post. If I can't just put it up, I'm not monetized, so I should be able to just put up whatever. Alright then, guys. It was a pleasure. I hope you all have a good night.